All right. Hello to everybody jumping in here at the start. I am going to be playing through some of the in-game challenges. For the last few nights, I've been playing through the Wintermute episodes, which are a great place to get started learning the game. And I think the next logical step would be to play through the challenges. If you're just starting, these challenges all have different goals in mind, and they're basically just a light touch on top of the survival mode. With the a lot of them have an end goal, and once you reach that, the run is over. But you can usually take as much time as you need. There's one challenge in here that you have to do within 30 days, and some of the challenges are actually pretty difficult. For example, as the dead sleep, in that one you don't have any passive health recovery, so your passive recovery doesn't, you're not going to heal. Sleeping doesn't help, so there's going to be a definite end game to that one. And same with Escape the Dark Walker. Those are the two hardest ones, and so you definitely shouldn't start with those. But the rest are pretty accessible to anybody who's completed Wintermute. This one I'm picking to start because it begins in Mystery Lake, which is the setting for episode 2 of Wintermute, and it's going to start in a location that you should be really familiar with, in a zone that you have played an entire episode through. But fundamentally, this is simply survival with a particular end goal. It keeps track of your time. So I haven't played this in a while, so I'm not necessarily thinking I'm not really even sure what my best time is on this. I'm not specifically going, for a particular speedy run on this, because I am going to be kind of talking through my thoughts about what I'm doing at any particular time, doing the survival aspect, planning my route, dealing with obstacles, things like that, and talking about game mechanics, just like I did with the Wintermute ones. But I'll try not to be I'm gonna approach this as if you have played through Wintermute. Maybe you need a couple refreshers, but you know the basics. You know how to start a fire, sleep in a bed to recover health, things like that. So let's just jump in. So Breaker, it's our fault. Got it. Yeah. I have no idea what my time is on this. Played it years ago. Now, these challenges do have a following in the community, because we do use these for essentially speed running. There are leaderboards for these things. We take pretty much everything in this game and make it into a challenge eventually. So this is definitely right up that alley. If you like a challenge, you want to just kind of beat your personal best, these are great. And they'll teach you a little bit more about how to explore the world. Now, very much like survival, these do not have an initial map, but we'll get into that. Let's see. Just gonna name this HR, Hopeless Rescue. So the goal here is to recover a distress pistol from the summit of Timberwolf Mountain, fire it from the top of the Desolation Point Lighthouse. These are very important locations to the game, places you're going to come by as you're playing survival, and this is going to crisscross a good bit of the island. This is set on Great Bear Island, so we're going to go through many regions, and it's going to be quite a journey. So let's strap in. Hey, Silhouette. Congrats on that first. All right, so like I said, this should be a really familiar location if you've played Wintermute. This is the Trapper's Hut, Now the trapper isn't here. None of the NPCs for Wintermute are here. You're alone, basically, and everything is open and available to you to loot. So let's grab some supplies. We'll see what we got here. Most of the supplies you should find very compatible with what you saw in Wintermute. Probably a few new things in new places, but there are lore notes throughout the world, and you're free to pick these up, collect them. They don't weigh anything. They just get added to your collectibles tab up here. Where's that? Notes. There you go. So you can go in here, notes, and if you wanted to read this sometime in the future, you can always go back. One thing I do want to point out is that just like the rest of survival, you are given no map. There is map here. It's just not been uncovered yet. You do get a general world map, and let me go through that a little bit. So we are here in Mystery Lake. We're actually down here in this area. This map may look a little different if you played Wintermute, because it is actually rotated. The Wintermute map and the survival mode map are rotated, so that this part here, where the railroad turns this way, is actually on the north side of your map, the upper side. But this is the actual orientation of this region. So we are going to two major locations. We're going to the summit of Timberwolf Mountain up here, and then we're coming all the way down here to Desolation Point, and there is a lighthouse down here, very central to that region. So the basic route is we're going to go through Mystery Lake. If you're familiar with the dam, we're going to go through that. There's a connector region. We'll go through Pleasant Valley, up to Timberwolf. We'll climb all the way up to the summit, grab the distress pistol, come all the way back down, and trek all the way down to Desolation Point. So that is it. And since the main zone maps are empty, what I'll be doing is I'll grab charcoal, and you can take it from generally any stove or fire pit, and you'll get a couple of pieces. Let's see what I got. I got one piece there. You can make charcoal yourself. This is it's kind of slow to do so. It takes 1 hour in a fire to make one of these, so it's a little easier. Just kind of grab it, the pre-populated ones from stoves. Once you take it, it's gone. So I only got the one from that stove, and I'll take that outside and we'll show you what to do with that. Very much like I do in my normal survival, and what I was doing throughout Wintermute is I'm just going to kind of loot everything, and then we can evaluate what we want to take once we have it all. Might as well pick it all up, see what you got, see what you don't need, and leave it behind. You know, don't get too attached to any inventory items. You're always going to find things as we go. So we're going to be finding food, we're going to be finding new clothing, things like that. Safes. You remember this from Wintermute. All you do is rotate this till you hear it click. That click was at about 27. So I'll go all the way around here. It's 29. I'll go back the other way. I like to go through these fast, so I got 29. Oh, I'm nearing the end, actually. It won't go past the previous one, so I'm slowing down here. I'll go one by one, because it's got to be here somewhere. $30, 29, 30. And for the last digit, I'll just go a little slow. One or two at a time, and stop when I hear that click. There it is. Get to open. And being useful. Yep. That's it. Alright, so we've pretty much gathered everything. I could gather cloth here. That might be helpful to do a repair. But that's pretty much it. Now it is late afternoon. We're fully rested. We're fully fed. You know, we start nice and healthy. So can definitely head out. This is going to be the warmest part of the day, is this afternoon and early evening. Weather dependent, obviously. So let's get a little take a look at what we got. You'll see here that one thing that's different from Wintermute is that the clothes you pick up aren't automatically equipped. So you will have to, every time you pick something up, open up the clothing tab with C, and I double click it. You can also select it from this selection menu here. All right, so we got pretty good boots already. They need a repair, and they're about 56% condition, which means this is 56% of its maximum warmth. I don't have what I need to repair it, and I could get some cured leather by harvesting this, but it's going to take an hour and 15 minutes. I think I'll pass for now. So let's start by leaving those shoes behind. Easy choice. We're wearing everything, all the other clothes that we're carrying. I don't really need to do any repairs here. These are all your initial clothes. You're going to find better stuff. Like, you can repair these, but you're going to be replacing them fairly quickly. Lots of medicine here. Now on the medicine tab, I like to take basically one bottle of everything. There can be painkillers, things like that, but don't really need to carry all of this. One bottle of everything is fine, and a couple bandages. Only one right now. Maybe we'll make some more. Fire making in the challenges, you do start off with some matches. Find more as we go. Books are great for starting fires. Fur firewood extends fires quite a bit, so you can make a nice long fire, and cedar is basically 1 hour. As far as the newsprint, that can be used as tinder by itself, but it's slightly more efficient to take that newsprint and turn it into 2 tinder plugs. So let's do that right now before we get going. You need 1 tinder plug for each attempt at a fire. So if you fail, you're going to go through them. All right, so that's the fire making tab. Medicine, clothes, food. Very light supply here. Great. We don't actually need to eat right now. We aren't given any water to start with, so we'll have to make some water the next time we stop for a fire. Your tools. We got some ammunition. Snare is probably not going to be that helpful because this is something that you set out in the world, and after a short wait, about 12 hours, this may or may not catch a rabbit. And since we're traveling, there's no real need to bring this. Sewing kits, we're not going to do any repairs right away. We'll find many more sewing kits. I can leave those behind. Everything else seems like it can be just fine. These flare shells are what you fire with the distress pistol. Now, the distress pistol is going to have some with it, but we can take that. Once we get the pistol, we can actually use it as a defensive weapon. So having an extra one is going to come in handy. It looks like we started with one charcoal. We got another one from the fire pit, or stove rather. A cup of cloth, and decorations. Decorations are used for safe house customization. This is, let me just briefly go over it just so you're not confused about it. Right now we're in a challenge and we can't actually access it, but if we were, you could hit, on PC it's the Y button by default, and you could actually move furniture around. There are, I don't know if it's in here. Yeah, there are items that you can craft, like a bear hide rug. If you gather the materials, you can craft that, and you can put that out here. If you wanted a bear rug right here, you could do that. So I just don't want you to be confused by that tab's existence. In the challenge here, it's not going to be relevant. In survival, this can be used, and you're right away from the beginning of survival, you're able to move around things. So you could rearrange the furniture. You can put the layout how you like. You can actually move objects between bases also, certain decorating objects. So, all right. I think that was it, right? Okay, we wanted to leave behind this and this. Again, we're not going to be using either. We're not going to use many of these sewing kits. Snare is something we'd have to set and wait for. The Storm Lantern, great for going through tunnels and things where you need the light. All right, let's head out. You see, I do have a timer here, so I do have 7 days to get up there and down to the lighthouse. And it's a little windy and cold, but we'll head out. Let me stand here in some wind protection. And let's, if you're lost, these charcoal are going to come in handy. They can be used to figure out where you are, where you're going, right? So here we are at Trappers. If you remember that map from Wintermute, the railroad tracks are right here. So let's head over to them and just follow them up. You can see those on the world map here. So like I said, we're down here. We're going to find those railroad tracks, and we're going to take them all the way to where the dam is. It looks like the wind stopped. You're absolutely free to, check out other places for loot. Just keep in mind that you are on that timer, and it's probably better to just kind of keep going. You're going to find a lot of stuff. In this challenge, you're going to find a lot of stuff along the way. There's not a lot of need to stop and loot every single place. Now in survival, that's going to be different. If you're playing it long term, if you're short on supplies, you may need to stop and look for stuff. But we got a good supply of food on us. The only thing we're missing is water. We'll do that if and when we have to make a fire. Predators are a concern. You might want to make sure you're aware of your surroundings. Keep your head on a swivel and your eyes open. Make sure you don't walk into anything that's going to end your run. Alright, I see some rabbits roaming around down there. Hunting isn't strictly necessary on this challenge. We may stop and kill the occasional rabbit or harvest a deer carcass if the opportunity presents. But again, we're kind of on a strict timer, and we will be finding plenty of supplies along the way. It's fairly warm, so I'm avoiding running. Running will very quickly exhaust your fatigue meter and make you have to stop to sleep. If it's cold, though, that's probably a good trade-off to avoid getting too cold. Cold does the most damage. But for right now, I'm just gonna walk it. It's fairly warm. We'll save that fatigue meter to extend our travel, extend the time before we have to sleep, essentially. I could gather teas here, but I'm just going to kind of step in here, take a quick peek for any supplies, and then keep going. Alright, we got some wood. That's good. Firearm cleaning kit. Sure, we'll pick that up. We'll take it with us. We do start with 1 can. Second can means we can cook on a two-slot stove, so let's take both of those for now.
Someone's stash.
Another book and food. Alright, just off in the distance you can see the power lines that run along those train tracks. It's a great way to figure out where you need to go in this region. Sticks are very plentiful. You absolutely fine picking some up if they're on the way. You probably don't need to stop and grab every single one. You probably don't need to break down branches for sticks immediately, but if you are walking over one, might as well just click it and grab it. You can always drop it later. Sticks are, as I mentioned in the previous video, sticks are one of the worst fuels because they're so prevalent. They're not something that you want to carry a lot of for long distances. And they're going to be one of the things you use first when you make a fire. Lots more bunnies. And I'm going to come over here to the camp office. This is usually a good location to look for loot. If you miss a stick, don't worry about it. Plenty more later. Early on, you're not going to have a lot to carry, so picking up extra sticks is probably going to help. Especially because you're going to be colder by virtue of not having a lot of clothing. So sticks will help make your fires warmer and last longer. All right. This is a good location to loot thoroughly. All right, there's an emergency stem. That's pretty good. It's a good rare find in the first aid kits. There was another charcoal. So yeah, I'm just gonna take a quick tour around here and see what we got. Again, I'll loot everything and then evaluate what we need to actually leave here with. I do like to leave a lot of supplies behind also for future visits. In this case, this isn't a location we're going to be coming back to. So anything we can leave here, leave behind, it is gone. There's a pot. Creep down here and peek under things. There's some stacks of papers here that can be converted into tinder. It's basically the same as sticks here. So let me grab one of these. You can convert sticks into tinder. This makes 2 tinder, whereas this makes 2 tinder but takes 10 minutes. So sticks are going to be a better time management option than the stacks of paper. But stacks of paper can't be used to fuel the fires, whereas sticks can. So there's a trade-off. If you have the time, converting this to tinder makes sense. Otherwise, not. So I'll take one of them. There's more here, but I don't need to grab everything. There's another can. I don't really need a second can, or a third can rather. I've got 2. There's going to be some extra cloth here hanging. Shoes. We already left running shoes behind. I think the boots are better. We just need to find a way to repair them. Lots of clothing. Definitely worth it to stop in here. Let's check this for charcoal. Peeking under the beds. Let's take some cloth. This is going to be 3 cloth. Good to have some extra. I do want to make some bandages at some point. There's another note. Books. Books are really great fire starters, but I've already got 3. I don't really anticipate making more than 3 fires in the near future, and they're pretty heavy, so I'll leave these. All right. All good. So now we just gotta do the inventory management. Got a bedroll here. Nice. More cans. There's a bandage. All right. So I don't actually have to make more bandages. I always suggest carrying 2 bandages, 2 or 3. More is fine. If you're ever in a struggle with a wolf or a bear and you get a blood loss, you'll want to patch that up right away. You don't want to be standing there making bandages, bleeding out, basically. Oh, missed this tomato soup here. All right. First thing we'll do, take a look at clothing. All right. Second hat. This is a good parka, very good condition. But I'm looking at this one. It's got a better windproof stat. Same waterproofness on both of them, but it's got a better windproof stat. So I'm going to put that on the outer slot. That's where windproof shines. So I'll switch this up. And I can double click and that'll equip. Double click this. See which of these. This is going to... it's going to be better overall. It's got good protection. That'll reduce damage if we're ever in trouble. It does need repair. This is another thing that takes cured leather. So we're going to be looking for some of that. And jeans, we'll put those on. This too, your pants also have an outer slot just like the jackets. The outer slot is farther from the body, so this one. It doesn't really matter because jeans are not windproof or waterproof. And if you've ever worn them in the winter, you know that. Let's keep both of these. I'm going to keep this one on. I'll wear this one because it's a little warmer, but I'm going to keep this. Gloves are actually really fast to harvest for cloth. I don't need to do that right now. It is getting dark. So let's, again, check our inventory. I will, on second thought, I'm going to leave this. I'm going to be traveling. There's going to be plenty of sticks along the way. I've got 2 tinder to start a fire. Again, I don't really need many bottles of medicine. All these are fine. We're just taking that extra glove. Food situation is fine. Extra can we don't need. Extra whetstone, not going to be. These are for sharpening bladed tools, knives and things like that. Bedroll, duplicate bedroll. Let's take the better condition one. Firearm cleaning kit. Yeah, we'll hold on to that in case we do find a gun. And same thing with the revolt with the ammunition. And there's a little bit of firewood, some cloth. That's it. Let's head out. It is getting dark-ish. So you got 2 paths here. You could follow the train tracks, or you could go, there is a path, if you remember from Wintermute, there's a path via the lake to get to the dam. I'm going to survey while it's sunny and light out, just so you have an idea where we are, where we started. There we go. That's the extent, generally speaking, of charcoal. It takes quite a while to expose the walkable areas of maps. Hiya, Dia. How are you? It is kind of cold, so we're gonna have to, take a shelter. I might be able to make it to that dam, and that might be a good place to rest up, warm up, and then continue on. Just in case there are wolves, I'm going to pull out, because it's windy, I'm going to pull out a flare. Flare works in the wind, so, and it will keep wolves at bay. Again, there's plenty of sticks over here. There's a corpse over there. Yeah, that's probably not too bad of a detour. Let's check out that corpse. Alright, so he's got a knife.
That'll come in handy.
That will come in handy. And a little bit of food. Alright. Oh, thanks, Dia. Are you pretty new to the game? Been playing it for years, like me? What? It is a great game to watch. It's very atmospheric. I think a lot of people like the ambiance. It's very relaxing, usually, background noise. I think there are a lot of people that will listen to this game to go to sleep, to work, study, things like that. Alright, okay, we do have some wolves, so as soon as I saw them, I'm crouching. That gives me some time before they can detect me. If I'd been closer and they had detected me, I would have just turned and walked the opposite direction. So let's keep crouching. There's another flare down there. Probably go ahead and use these flares to get around the wolf.
Hope nobody needs this anymore.
I'm not going to really do any loot maintenance like clothing. If I see something that might be a major upgrade, I'll stop and put it on because it is cold. Let's light this torch, or this flare rather. I've got plenty of them. I'm still going to give this wolf a wide berth. If you go too close, they can still charge you, but generally speaking, they'll stay out of the lit area. If you see the circle on the ground, they will not approach closer than that. So I'm going to kind of circle around and get in front of him, and then I can walk. He'll stay behind. He really won't be a threat after that. I actually haven't picked up any weapons, and I haven't picked up a stone either, so there's a method to scare off the wolf. If you're holding a lit flare or a torch or near a campfire. And if I see a stone, I'll pick one up and I'll scare him off. Stones you can usually find near bigger rocks. Often near water also. Alright, actually it looks like he's given up already, so good, we're in the clear. Still gonna keep an eye out. I'm not gonna cut corners around blind obstacles. Let me, before I do this, if you're walking around an obstacle like this and a wolf just happens to be right on the other side, if you cut it too close, you can walk right into them and the torch or flare will not deter them. They'll be too close and they'll charge at you. Alright, so got another hat. Already wearing two hats, so we'll figure that out later. Pry bar, I already have one, so let's leave that behind. Alright, good to go. This is an interesting spot in that you can actually make fire in here, and it is wind protected, and it's got a door you can close. You can set down your bed. Very handy, these train cars. We will get a little cold, but we're right around the corner from the dam. So we'll take a little bit of damage, but fairly easy to recover it. Just a reminder about how the meters work. You've got on the lower left, you got your 4 needs, and then below that is your main health bar. As long as your needs are met, as in not empty, you're going to be passively healing. If one of them goes to 0, like my temperature meter is about to, then you're going to start taking damage based on that meter's effect. Cold does the most damage quickly. You don't want to stay cold for very long. In addition to the damage, cold will also give you a hypothermia risk. That just popped up.
Goddamn freezing.
And that's going to be, if you hit F, that's going to be a bar that's going to slowly fill in. And once it's full, you get full-blown hypothermia, and we'll be stuck with it until you can warm up for a long length of time. So having the risk is not much of a concern, but you don't want to push the risk too far. Alright, so... Alright, well, since this wolf is out here, I'm just going to bypass all of this and go into the dam area. And, yep, looks like he gave up. The wolves actually can't walk into this area, even though the gate's open. But if it makes you feel safer, you can close the gate. This yard sometimes has a little bit of loot. So I'm just kind of checking those areas. Totally would have been fine to maybe try to get around that wolf and check the trailers, check the truck. Totally reasonable to do that. But like I said, I think we're okay on supplies right now. There goes their flare. Perfect timing because we're just entering the dam. I'm going to take a little cold damage and survey just for map display purposes. That's where we started. Those are the tracks we followed. That was the camp office, and here we are at the dam. And to get to the next area, to Pleasant Valley, there's a short transition zone called Winding River. And you could also consider the dam a transition zone. You essentially can go all the way through the dam. Unlike Wintermute, I won't spoil what was in the dam, but you don't actually get to go through all the way through it. We're already warm, so I'm just going to check a few things here. I can kind of see enough just to loot these main areas. I do have a lantern and some fuel, and I'll light that to go into the darker spots. Yeah, a lot of people do close the gate. I would say it's arguably better to not close it, only because if you're being chased by a wolf, that time to open the gate later might, if you close it on the way out, for example, you might get caught in that little moment. All right, so we are warming up. We're about to get thirsty, and we're a little hungry. So let's take care of the thirst. I don't really need to take care of the hunger too much, but do some thirst, and that should be enough for us to get through this dam. I did find some lantern fuel, so I can fill this up. I also have a 3.99. This is a almost completely full jerry can. Very unusual. But I'm going to fill this lantern. The lantern will pull fuel from the jerry can before these individual bottles. So what you can do is drop it, fill from the little bottles first, and then pick up the jerry can, fill all the way. Jerry cans are really nice because you get a little bit of a bonus on the weight of the lantern fuel that's in here compared to the individual bottles. All right, getting up there on weight here, but a lot of that is going to be this. This is 3 kilograms. What we'll do is we'll light this lantern, and we'll go through the dam to the exit on the other side, and then right before we go outside, we'll figure out what we need to keep. All right, there's the
This'll come in handy.
festive sweater. This was added last Christmas to the game. There are some lights also that you can use for decorating. I won't spoil where those are though. So let's see what's better. Yep, that's better. Either of these better? No, not really. No, not really. Alright. It's all the clothing, but this dam is absolutely chock full of things to loot. I'm not going to stop by everything. I can kind of show you like some of the key places. There are a couple of lockers. Lockers are good places to find clothing. So check the lockers here first. Hey, a stick of annex.
Could end up being useful.
Okay, very useful. The toilets here you can get water out of. Drinkable water. Oh, there's a pair of shoes. Let's see what condition they're in. Pretty ragged. So let's just leave those there. Containers. As we pass by them.
Come in handy.
That will come in handy. Check that locker already. Workbench. There's another emergency stem. Very, very handy. If you get in trouble. You can find a lot of tools and such in these toolboxes, so grab that. I really won't loot anything. I see a box of simple tools there, file cabinets. There's a whole second floor here with an office full of file cabinets and desks. There's another one over there. I'm going to come in here and check the safe. Safes often have slightly better loot. It's fairly random, but you can get some really marvelous stuff in the safes. So it's probably worth stopping by here. Oh, it was 57 or so. I gotta go all the way around. Alright, 57, something like 53. And I'll just go slowly for the last one. Nope. Getting some weird combinations tonight.
What have we here?
Cash, useful as tinder. This is actually handy. We could start a fire with this without spending the time to break down a branch or anything. An arrow. Maybe we'll find a bow. Rifle ammunition. Alright. All of these desks, workbenches and such you can search. I'm not going to spend the time to do it. Let's check the first aid kits.
I could use this.
One other bandage, sewing kit. We've already got one, so I'm going to leave that behind. I'm basically left-clicking to loot the ones I want, and right-clicking to leave stuff behind. All right. A couple more lockers here on the way. This one you need the pry bar to open. That's what the little lock symbol is.
Come in handy.
All right, let's take a look at this stuff. Alright, I saw a couple potential upgrades, so let's look at the boots first. 80% condition, they're slightly warmer, and they are very good waterproof and armor, so let's take those. Pretty ratty pair of long johns, but there's only two long john options. The thermal underwear and then the long johns. The red ones are better when fully repaired. Here we have combat pants, really great upgrade. So that's gonna replace those jeans. That's what we saw before. And hats. Let's go ahead. These clothing items are fairly heavy, especially those boots. So I'm just gonna hit move all. And that'll move everything that you're not wearing out of my inventory. And, we'll continue on. We do have a bedroll, so if we do get tired, or if the weather's really bad, we can stop and sleep through it. Especially for a short challenge like this, this dam could be pretty distracting. Like, there are a lot of nooks and crannies. Let's grab some firewood. You can make a fire in this fire barrel. There's a second floor up there that you can find loot at. But like I said, we're on a timer. We have a goal in mind. Let's get out of here. Transitions to the lower dam. Oh. So, they got an arrow fight here. We'll take those. This lantern is nearly empty. Let's leave it there. Another flare. I know I'm already carrying one bottle of antiseptic, so I'll just leave that there. Nothing in there. Let's check the lockers. Right behind me is the door to the outside. Alright, I think we already have a really good pair of boots. There are a couple that I would consider upgrades, but for all intents and purposes from now on, if we see shoes, I'm just going to leave them behind. All right.
That guy who drank his
I
own
did see
pee
that we got
seems
a
so
Mackinac
crazy right
jacket,
now.
which is not only great visually, but also great utility. All right, so we really need to evaluate these ones. This is basically +4 total, but since it's only being worn on the inside, it only counts this. So it's really +2. Whereas this is +2 on the outside, so that'd be about 2.9 altogether if it were on the outside. This is a better option on the inside. Do we want to put this on the outside? It is better than the Mackinac on the outside. So yeah, let's put that for right now. We'll put that on the outside. Now it's between these two. In theory, this would be better, but right now this is once it's fully repaired, this is going to be better. And very likely we'll switch this to the outside once we get something better. They'll be kind of switching back and forth. Mackinac, great option. All right, let's put the clothing in here that we don't want. Carrying a lot of food, that's great. Arrows, we'll hold on to those. They're fairly light. I've got a lot of flares. Gun cleaning kit, already talked about that. This is great, one of each. Stims, you should probably hold on to every one that you get. They're light enough and they will heal you or get you out of trouble. Fire, all good. All right, so like I said, this is there is a lot more dam this way. There are offices and other areas that can be looted. There's a door there you go through. We'll just go right out the exit. Let's douse this. I heard a bark as soon as we came out. There is there can be wolves down there. Looks like he's running after a rabbit. Grab some more firewood just in case we need it. No, there's a container over here from past play.
Hope nobody needs this anymore.
Spare match is always nice. I'm going to get that flare ready. I'm hitting the number 1 to cycle through my lighting options, and flare's going to be there. So I'll get a flare ready in case we need it to get by the wolf. He's distracted right now eating that rabbit, but he might stop anytime, or he might have a friend. So just carefully listen, look around before going on. Again, try not to take corners, blind corners too close. Sometimes it's going to be unavoidable, but try to avoid it. Alright, so he's active again. He's done eating his rabbit. Pretty far away. We might be able to sneak by him without alerting. If he looks this way, he will see us probably, though. So just kind of keep going. Thirst meter's about to empty out. Not nearly as urgent. Those other meters aren't nearly as urgent as your temperature meter. You will take damage, but it's not nearly as fast as being cold. I am going to try to keep the hunger meter up, though. The benefit of that is after 3 days, you get a buff called Well Fed, which lets you carry 5 kilograms more. That's going to be very handy for the back half of this challenge. And it's night, but we're just about half a day in. And really making good time. Alright, so there's a dead body over here. I'll check him.
Could end up being useful.
I don't need that. I have a cook pot and cans. already, so I don't need it. Thirst is just about to run out. I'm going to avoid the damage from it and just take a drink. I've got sodas. No, I drink. Oh, I do have one. There we go. This gives hydration and some calories, so it's a good one for this kind of situation. The rest of the food will kind of take care of when we need to sleep. I could totally eat it now if I wanted to get rid of some weight also.
Never been so hungry in my life.
There are some heavy items, but I'm going to hold on to them for now. No, it's nothing urgent. Oh, finally a stone. So I like to pick up at least one stone. You can pick up more if you want. They're actually kind of heavy in quantities. But I just really need one stone to scare off wolves. The processed food we have is going to be plenty. There's not going to be a lot of hunting on this, even though these are plentiful. But hunting takes time. Like, we could stop here, hunt and eat, or we could just keep walking and snack on what we have. Alright. And this is Winding River. I can't map this whole thing. I'll map just this little bit. There you go. The dam, I believe, is over here. I don't have the too cold to map both ends of this, but there are maps online that you can look up that are there's some player created ones or just the sketched ones that are in game but that have been fully exposed. Let's get our lantern here. Winding River is kind of just it's a one-way. There's a few little side areas. There's a cave. There's a little spot near where that wolf was that you can walk behind. Might be some resources there. But it's really just kind of meant as a transition zone. Alright, so I can grab a couple of supplies here. Coal is going to be the main thing I'm going to grab from here. Very handy for making nice warm fires, and it's a great travel fuel because it's light for what it does. So, the way I approach caves, until you learn them, is to, I just use the right-hand rule, and I'll use them even if I think I know where I'm going, because I don't want to get lost, or I want to be thorough about exploring. So, I'm just imagining that I'm dragging my character's hand along the right-hand wall, and then I don't double back on myself too much. I'll constantly be finding new areas. Our bedroll is already, it's 100%, we don't really need that. These are cairns, just to point these out. These have, some of them have messages written by the original Kickstarter backers. This was a Kickstarter reward that you could write a message for a cairn in game. It's spelled C-A-I-R-N, cairn. So I'm still using that right-hand rule. Very rarely fails me. Certainly do a left-hand rule if you like. I already have a lot of firewood here. Let's take a look. Firewood can be kind of heavy. Yeah, I'm going to leave that behind, I think. I'm going to focus on the coal. Got a lot of travel. So this is the way out. I'm just going to check this little side passage here briefly. Coal and cedar. I really like coal and cedar. Cedar can be used to start fires, and coal makes them hot. I do have books though for starting fires, but cedar's pretty handy. adds a nice even 1 hour that I really like. A lot of stuff you can do in game, cooking water, things like that, is in 1 hour increments. Sleeping. So grab the rest of this.
I'd eat anything right about now.
All right. Speaking of sleeping, we got a kind of an inflection point here. We're half a day in. We're getting a little tired and hungry, thirsty also. This cave, we could set our bedroll down and be totally safe.
Surrounded by snow.
Hey, Deadpool. Thank you for the raid. How's your Wolf Wrangler going? Alright, so yeah, let's let me just pause over here for a sec. Deadpool is doing a player-created challenge called a Wolf Wrangler. This isn't in-game, but it's played under the Interloper survival difficulty, and the goal is to kill 100 wolves with a bow in 50 days. Pretty intimidating challenge. One I've done a couple of times, but not very well, and I do work on pretty often to try to get better at it. All right, so I think sleeping here is probably the safest option. We're plenty warm. We're safe from any predators in here. So let's set down the bedroll. And let's take a look at food. Food's about to run out. The way I like to do it is to eat dry, low-calorie food first. So I've got these bars. They are going to make me thirsty. Let's get a fire going, because I do need to make water. I got a couple things that can hydrate, but they're not going to fill my thirst meter for a full sleep. So, alright, let's make that fire. Sure, we'll burn some cash. I do have accelerant. There's these tiny bottles of accelerant. I also have the jerry can full, and that will make this 100% chance of success versus just 80. So yeah, let's do that. I've got plenty of accelerant. Let's make use of it.
That should help
All
warm
right,
things
so
up.
put out this. All right, so it starts out with 16 or 20 minutes roughly from a book. Let's add. I don't want to fuel it with books. I want to use these for starter. I want to use the sticks first because they're pretty inefficient. There we go. Fir firewood will extend this quite a bit. There we go. Got a nice long fire, and we're actually getting rid of weight. And I'm holding on to my preferred fuel sources, which are these two. These are not bad either. Both of these add cedar and coal add 1 hour. This will add a half an hour to the fire. So let's make some water. Can use this. Initially, let's just make half a liter, half a liter. And I actually do have an extra can, which I'm going to. I'll leave this can behind when I'm all done. All right. So while it's cooking, I always try to do something while the fire's burning, while things are cooking or boiling. So let's do some other tasks. Let's first refill this. That way it's ready to go when I need it next. These broken arrows can be broken down to their components, arrowheads and crow feathers. So let's do that. We might find the components to make some more arrows. We might find a bow. So we'll hold on to all that stuff until we decide what sort of weapon we'll want to use. This would be a good time to do repairs, but these are all fairly good. I might repair this. I doubt I'm going to be replacing these. I'm definitely not going to be replacing these. So 45 minutes. You know, you got to be aware of the time that things take. not every repair takes the same amount of time. This is only 30 minutes. And while you're repairing,
I need something to drink.
yep,
Soon.
Will is going to be thirsty. This is going to boil and maybe boil off if you take too long. You're going to lose time on your fire. You just got to be aware of everything that's going to happen in that time that you are doing a repair. So that's almost ready. Let's finish eating dry foods, especially the low-calorie ones. So if you look at this, these two items weigh the exact same, but this has double the calories. It also provides vitamin C, but that's not active in the challenges. There is scurvy risk in survival at higher difficulties. So eat the chocolate bars. They're dry, low calorie, not very good. These are 300. These are also 300 equivalent. So let's eat those. Jerky is 350. These are good to hold on to. So I'm going to eat preferably all these other ones. Ketchup chips, Canadian staple. The reason I'm eating these dry foods is that I'm already thirsty and my meter can't go down further than 0. So I might as well take advantage of that. If I had drank first, then I'd be kind of wasting the water. All right, so we're fed. Let's drink this up. And I'll drink this. Alright, so another thing you can do here, let me move this a little closer. So I've got an hour 38 on this. In here I can boil water. I can boil 2 liters and it'll take 1 hour to melt, and then on top of this is another hour for it to boil, so 2 hours. So if I put a little over 2 hours, let's put these 2 reclaims. So 2 hours 33 minutes. Let's put 2 hours of water on. 1 hour to melt, 1 hour to boil, and now I can sleep for 2 hours. And when I wake up, that water's going to be ready to go. Hey Lewis, welcome back. Again, trying to do multiple things at once, you know, being efficient with our time. All right, 2 liters of water ready to go. I can do, let's do 0.5. I don't really need to keep this fire going any longer. We'll do 0.5. Let's put 1 more reclaimed. This takes 40 minutes from start to finish. This will come a little quicker because it's a cooking pot. Everything cooks faster in the cooking pot. But roughly 40 minutes. So I'm going to take a torch. And actually, let me take a couple of torches. We'll do another reclaim wood. Take a couple of torches. These will be handy for lighting future fires, scaring away wolves. It's a little cheaper option than, more easily replenished option than using flares all the time. Although we're going to find plenty of flares probably. Alright, so that's going to be down to about half an hour. I can just leave that go. And so the next step, before I sleep, I want to make sure I drink. I don't want to get thirsty at night. And we'll sleep. So the fatigue meter over there is basically a 12-hour clock. And it's about 8 o'clock right now, which means sleep for 8 hours. Your thirst meter is also a 12-hour clock that tells you how much thirst you have remaining. So that's nice and full. I could sleep for 12 hours if I needed to, but we'll go 8. There we go. That fire's going to burn out, but I left just enough time on it for it to boil the water, but not boil it away. So when I turn around here, it's going to be ready to go. Let's pick up the bedroll. Pick up this boiled water. I'm going to leave that can. I already have
Too heavy.
a second can already, so let's leave that there. I don't need to carry it. I am heavy just because I just made 3 kilograms worth of water. I can eat a little bit. So peaches are fairly heavy. They give you both calories and hydration. A little bit like the soda cans. So one way to think of them as a separate new better soda can. That also gives me another recycled can. I can leave that behind. Tomato soup also. Just trying to get rid of the weight, and then I can determine where to go from here. There we go. It's going to be another can I don't really need to bring with me. Drink some water. We're pretty good. We can be a little bit above carrying capacity. If I was worried about it, water is always something you can set down or drop and leave behind. But we'll just keep this with us. It's always better to make the water and have to drop it than to not have it when you need it. Oh, hang on. I forgot one thing I needed to do. So we did make a fire there, which means there should be some charcoal. I think you get 1 hour, 1 charcoal per hour.
I might have to drop some gear.
So, yep, 3 of them. All right. We're now in Pleasant Valley. If you played episode 3, this is where it starts. And we're on the extreme southern end of Pleasant Valley. And actually this map, very much like Mystery Lake, is actually rotated 90 degrees. So we actually came out over here. It's technically west, but it'd be the bottom end of the map that's in game. Alright. If you're unsure of the area, you can always pull out a flare and be ready to defend yourself against wolves. If you had a weapon, you could pull that out also. All right, let's go up here. So we're going to be exiting out the upper side. So what would look like north on the in-game map. We're on the extreme south end, so we're going to go to the far north. If you know where the plane crash is, there was also a side mission in episode 3 to visit a bunker. I believe it's called Joplin's bunker. That is where we're going. That's the entrance to Timberwolf Mountain via our rope climb there. Along the way, some of the major places that you might have visited in episode 3 are Signal Hill. That's where you heard the radio message. And so that's going to be kind of the next stop here. A lot of these, named locations, that's where you want to look for loot. You don't want to wander around the woods looking for loot. You want to go to where there's man-made structures where things might be. So, and just coming into sight there is the tower. That's why I kind of wanted to come here. It's a very easy place to spot from quite a distance. It's a good landmark. This is not like really a paved road, but it is, I guess you could consider it a road. It's probably what they might have used for like snowmobiles or maintenance vehicles or something like that. If you find one of those, and if you're lost, let's say it's a blizzard or fog, pretty good shot of finding something if you just follow that. Go either direction, eventually it'll end out to something, somewhere you might recognize or maybe find a shelter. Starting with Star Ant's quite fun so far. Good. Good. It's not very cold, so all we really need to do is just make a brief stop in here looking for supplies. Again, hitting some of these major stops are really good bang for your buck as far as time-wise. We are... Let's see what... Alright, so we've got 6 days left, 1 day down. Let's take the charcoal from here. And actually, let's use it. Again, I'm trying to do this to illustrate where we're going. Get a little further away. The building didn't really fill in there. It should give the location. There we go, Signal Hill. So we're heading roughly north. Actually, on the map you can see this is the main road, which you probably followed back and forth in episode 3.
This pack is getting kind of heavy.
Yes, it is. We'll definitely take a look at what we're carrying. Those are super heavy. Let's leave those. We're already wearing a pair of those in better condition. Alright, cured leather. I was looking for one of those to just start doing some repairs. Insulated boots. Let's pick those up and compare. Just like I said, we're just gonna pick up everything and then figure it all out. Well, at the end. Bunch of food, coffee, very handy. That's a fine storm lantern, but we just filled up ours. And peeking under the sneaky hiding places. No, I actually wanted to take all that. Just take it all. Let's see, I'm going to grab this and use it. Put a little light on the situation. That'll help me. Yeah, see, I missed that without the light. If you don't have a lantern, you can always light a torch. Lots of little things that you might miss. Little hidden emergency stem. Some cloth blends in really well with that. Since I'm leaving this lantern here, it's really no loss. I can burn this fuel to hopefully find some more items. To go along with that philosophy of doing multiple things at once, we are warming up in here. So the looting isn't, just about greed or anything like that. There's a survival value to it. We're going to be finding things that will help us survive and also warm up at the current moment. I missed that without the light. Alright. So, turn this off. Like I said, I'm going to leave this lantern. We already have a good one that's full. Let's evaluate clothes first. It's going to be very good. The Canadian wool toque is a staple of the game. That's better. Pea coat. Extremely warm. Look at this. Huge comparison. Upgrade on all fronts except for it's going to remove some sprint ability, and also it's going to be twice as heavy. But huge improvement on warmth. Let's take a look at this. Remember, we're only looking at this temperature because this is on an inside slot. So easily the Mackinac is going to be kept. Shirts are not better. These are not better. This could be a debate. Like these two. This is the insulated boots are very warm, very cozy. They are actually slightly lighter also. So they're better in every respect except less in protection, and they're very very hurtful to the sprint meter. But we're not really doing a lot of running. We're more thinking about staying warm, because that if we're warm, we don't need to run because we're not avoiding the cold, and we can travel farther because we're not running, because we're not burning out that fatigue meter. So, very good option. These not even in contention right now. So let's put away the clothing. I'll just move all. It'll keep everything that we're wearing. Let's go down the line. Fire Striker is an option to matches. It actually gives you a bonus to making fires. And it is kind of self-contained, so it's more efficient. You'll get more strikes out of this than you will the equivalent weight of matches. If it's in good repair. Every time you use it, the condition will go down, and when it hits 0, that's it. Again, good. Water purification tablets. These are handy if you have a very short time and you need to make water. Maybe you don't have time to wait for it to become pure on the fire. Maybe your fire blows out, but don't really come up, and they're actually fairly heavy. They're 0.25 for just 4 of them. I'm going to carry 1. Food, lots of food. Let's hold it all. Tools. Again, I'm going to get rid of duplicate things. Simple tool is very heavy. We don't really have a use for them. We're not going to be probably doing any kind of crafting. It's actually good to leave simple tools near workbenches. There is I kind of glazed over it, but there is a workbench here. This isn't just a desk, it's a workbench for crafting. So, but it's 1 kilogram, very heavy, and we're still going to be quite heavy right now. All right, so we got this to do a repair. We can save that though. We'll just kind of keep going.
I'm gonna have to
we can do that repair if we get bogged down by a blizzard or something like that. Firewood. We're pretty well set on firewood. Actually, I'm going to drop these. This will give us 1 more kilogram back. Again, this is our travel fuel. We got a lot of this. 12 hours worth of coal for our fires. There is a rope attachment point here. If you find a rope, you can put it there and go straight down. Let me give you a little overview. Is it important to do all the side missions? You should generally, for the side missions, find what you need as you go. So, maybe the key might be in a locker or something in one of the major spots you're going to go for the main campaign. So it's more about like looking around at those spots. You might not have found it because you haven't proceeded through the main campaign and gone to that place where the key is. But yeah, the side missions are fine. I would definitely do the side missions that teach survival skills. So there's a survival school series. Definitely take a look at those. All right. Great overview of Pleasant Valley here. There is Molly's farmhouse. There's the little barn that she called you to come help her in. All the way down there is Thompson's Crossing. And up there in the hills, straight ahead, was where the plane crash is. It's not currently, in Wintermute, it's on fire, but in survival, the plane crash is there, just not the fires. All right. And that's the direction we want to go. We're going to stop by probably the barn, Molly's farm, and then just keep going north towards the mountain. Let's get out some protection here. If I were playing this on a purely survival mode, I probably would have left some food and water at this location. I tend to leave, you know, small caches of survival materials at these sort of locations, because you'll probably pass through it sometime in the future. You might be hungry, you might be thirsty, you know, so I'll leave enough food for, you know, maybe a day's worth of recovery time, food and water. I don't know if you caught it, but there's a wolf just up this hill. He poked his head out through a tree just a second ago. Alright, there's one of those rope climbs. This rope is attached to that place. You could actually take this rope and attach it up there. I think a lot of survival players do that because it's a little more convenient. You can climb straight down or up to Signal Hill. But we're not going to be coming by here anymore. So we'll just keep going. I could, oops. Oh, got trapped here. Let's very carefully go down these rocks. Oh, there's the bear. He lives in that cave right there. Another reason why a lot of players don't use that rope is you can come straight down and be right in the bear's face. And you can see it's not really much of a shortcut. You know, you can go around that hill. So it's neither a shortcut going up or going down. It's probably better moved over there. But you can find other ropes if you wanted to have both of them usable. Just looking back, that's Signal Hill up there. And we're coming to the road and the barn here. Be careful when you're coming over ridges like this. As you can see from this point, I really can't see what's on the other side of this hill. So just be really aware when you do that. Could come face to face with that bear, because that bear does wander over in this area. Alright, so let's go in here. We'll check this barn. Not potentially a lot of stuff in here, but could be some secrets.
Gotta go.
So flashlight, that'll be handy during the aurora. Flashlight comes to life when the aurora does. And it can be used in place of the lantern. It is fairly heavy though. It's a 1 kilogram item. Like a lot of tools are in the game. And so it is a choice. I'm going to take that tinner plug because I only had 2, so keep that. These hay bales you can actually sleep. They do count as a bed if you're warm enough in here, so good option. And there is a little secret upper floor here.
I think I can use this.
Another fire striker. We may actually just ditch matches altogether with the second fire striker. Police Cal, we'll check that out. There's actually currently a bug with this floor. You can fall through it. Let's take a look at the clothing. See if this is any better. Yeah, it is. All right. So be really careful coming out here. Like I said, that bear.
I wonder if I can drop any of this gear.
Can and does travel in this area. He has jump scared me many times. And I've had to get my revenge on him many times. So we're gonna have to make some hard decisions here because we are getting super heavy. 7 kilograms over. We may actually have to start thinking about leaving some of the more inefficient food items behind. Again, we're not even close to really starving. We got a ton of calories in our bags right now. But as we start finding clothing items and such, the warmer items are heavier. So we want to try to avoid getting too heavy. Right about now, you can kind of feel you start feeling the effects of that weight, and it just gets worse from here. It's way better to be light and nimble in this challenge. You'll travel farther and faster. And, I say that as I immediately start pretty much looting everything.
Too much stuff to carry.
Again, which is pretty much the strategy I go with. I loot everything and then put away what I'm not going to bring with me. It's already plenty to be put away. This house is very plentiful on loot, though. It's it's another major hub spot. So I'm just gonna try to grab. I don't really need newsprint or paper. I'm gonna be leaving those where I find them. We are getting to the point where there's diminishing returns on our search efforts. Once you've got a really good selection of clothing, the chance that you're going to find any upgrades is going to be lower and lower. And as long as you're warm enough to do whatever you need to do, you don't need to spend the time anymore. There's probably going to be one more spot that we're going to fully loot, and then from there on out, it's going to be...
Hope nobody needs this anymore.
It's going to be straight to the end goal of the challenge.
I'm not going to be able to carry this load for much longer.
But this is it's a very... I'm going to leave those tools. This is a great starting challenge if you're, like I said, if you're just out of Wintermute, because you should be experienced with these first two regions. And we will be passing back through Pleasant Valley briefly, not through this side of it though. We're going to be over
That'll come in handy.
towards the Thompson's Crossing side of the region when we're coming back from the summit. Alright, so very heavy. You can feel just how slow I am just with what I've picked up here. I kind of hope this shows that you really don't have to worry about supplies on this challenge or in this difficulty level. This is going to be roughly the loot that you're going to find in a Voyager level survival experience. I could get water from that toilet, but I'm carrying a bunch. Alright, just a couple more rooms here. Super slow. We'll fix that though.
I could use this. Where's the good stuff?
All right. Let's do our inventory here at the at this cabinet. All right, we'll start with clothing. It's an upgrade, and actually, I'm going to switch this. This is in slightly better repair than the other one, so I'm going to put that one on the inside. And put this better one on the outside. So, a large bit of warmth increase there. That's not going to be better. This is going to be better if repaired. It is a little heavier. We're only looking at the warmth and the armor because this is an inside slot. It's not going to be better than this one. It's the same item, just less repair. Again, I got to think about the weight. So that's a tough one. It would take time to repair this. So that's probably the tiebreaker. I'll keep this because otherwise I would have to spend the time to repair to make that worthwhile. All worse. Wool socks are going to be better right now. All right. Let's ditch the extra clothing. All right, that's already 3 kilograms gone. Let's go through this. Tinder, we're good on. There's a really good argument here that we might as well just keep the fire strikers. I'll keep one small pack of matches. Matches don't weigh much. Everything adds up though. So rather than carrying these 24 matches, I'm going to carry the 2 fire strikers. They're going to last so much longer. I'm not even going to, in this run, ever going to run out of these. Bottles, let's get down to just 1 of each. Food, I'll take care of when we go to eat. Tools, man, we're getting a lot of flares here. Gun cleaning kits, don't need multiple can openers. Starting to pick up a lot of ammo. This is gonna catch up with us if we don't find a weapon to use them anytime soon. Scrap metal's not going to really have a purpose in this run. This we held on to do a repair, so yeah, it was these. Let's repair those. And it failed. It only had a 70% chance of success. So, and that uses up the cured leather. All right, we're still highly encumbered here. If you wanted to look, you could sort by weight and look at what we got here. Yeah, a lot of this is going to be the food. Food's going to be adding up here. So let's go downstairs. I do want to make use of the stove that's here, and actually I'm going to grab this water. We've been picking up a lot of coffee and tea. I would like to cook all of that. Those are going to be more weight efficient than the equivalent water. Plus you get the benefit of them. So coffee is something that will let us continue traveling. It'll give us our fatigue bar back and let us keep traveling. Alright, there's the stove. I'm going to take the charcoal.
Getting kind of thirsty.
Start this with the fire striker. I've got lots of accelerant. Let's do that, just to make it easy.
That should help warm things up.
Alright, do this. Alright, so I'm going to pull cooking items out of the menu. I'm just opening the radial, left-clicking, dragging and dropping. Put the can out there. That's it. So right away, I've got water. So right away we can just start cooking. That's a lot of coffee. Yeah, we're gonna make all of that. This is gonna make us much lighter and keep us moving. I can even speed this up a little bit by eating some canned food and get some more cans to cook with. Alright, is it ready? I'm just going to keep going down the line. We do have a lot of water, so I can just kind of keep going down the line. If we run out of water, we'll make some more, but... keep this fire. Might need a little bit more. There we go. And actually, I can start drinking that coffee right away. Let me drink one soda, and then I can start drinking coffee. They give a little bit of calories also. But this is going to mean, as long as the weather's okay, we'll be able to travel, because we don't need to sleep. You'll see the fatigue bar fill up a little bit there. And just keep this process going. Alright, while that's cooking, I'm going to start looking through some of this food. Sort it by alphabetical. We've already talked about how the chocolate bars... actually, this is going to be a little easier to drop because I can show you the calories. So, already this comparison, chocolate bars are inefficient calorie-wise. These two compared to each other... inefficient calorie-wise. This is kind of my bar. I want everything to be basically beef jerky, 350 for the 0.1 or better. These are going to be bad. Chips don't make the cut. Again, 350 for 0.1, which means 0.3 should be like 1,000. Drop that. Yeah, we can drop this. We're going to have coffees for hydration. We don't need the soda cans. Yep, peanut butter. A lot of calories in peanut butter, but it's also very heavy. Same thing with peaches. Let's leave those behind. This one is close, but let's be strict. Right. Crackers meet the cut. Better calories. They do make you very thirsty, but as far as weight to calories, good ratio. All right, that's all the coffee made. Let's make a couple herbal teas. And then that should be good, actually. I'm gonna keep drinking some coffee. Again, this is filling up my fatigue bar without having to sleep. That's the main benefit here. So, a lot of food here. I wouldn't be too worried about this. We're gonna be finding a lot more along the way. This is, I mean, we're less than a day and a half in. And we have the luxury of leaving this much behind. So pick up this. Those have a couple minutes left on them. As far as cooking implements, I'm gonna just take one cooking pot. Again, we're trying to be picky about things that we're carrying. That just barely put me over the weight here, the weight capacity limit. So that's going to be good enough. And we've used up all that water. Right. Now there's time left on this.
I'm not sure I can carry much more.
I'm gonna take torches until I get a decent couple of torches. Just something to walk with. It keeps us safe. It keeps us a little bit warmer. There we go. Good enough. And let's go out this door. Let's see, we can even be selective, like I've left behind a bunch of soda. I don't need to grab that. Coal's always nice, though. Alright, here we're heading up to the plane crash. We're kind of going the reverse path from when you did the rescue of Gwen from the plane crash. So, right over here is going to be the frozen river. We'll follow that up. No, she didn't. Hang on. I'm sorry, guys. This is too important. Games and cookies. Got her first cougar. She's on break? Hang on. Oh, she's on break right now. Wow, is a GG. I wish I'd been there. I deserve all the credit because I saved her ass earlier. I'm just gonna say that. The shout out for Games and Cookies. Very fun streamer to watch. If you're looking for somebody to follow in the category, please give her a follow. And feel free to drop over there if you want and give her a congratulations. She's on a break right now, probably grabbing coffee. And I'm sure she'll be back soon. Oops.
Might have to drop some gear.
So I'm going to chain these torches together and light a new one off of the dying one. And I'm not gonna bring that old one. We're never gonna be crossing by this way again. Normally I don't litter like that, but every one we use up drops our weight down a little bit more. Yeah, I'm not sure what's up with that with Lippo. I don't think she's followers only. I might be wrong. If she is, let me know. Just one sec, sorry. Yeah, Games and Cookies is a big friend of this streamer. She is somebody I was watching quite a bit when I was kind of a few months ago just figuring out what this TLD community on Twitch is all about. Had a lot of fun in her streams. She's a great sport. Doesn't take herself too seriously. And she was one of the ones that talked me into streaming also. So I guess you can blame her for this. There's a couple birch barks here. These can be useful to make a tea that's restorative as far as health. Might be handy in an emergency, so I'll grab a couple of those. Oops. Like that. I tend to grab the torches just from the inventory. You could also grab them from this menu. Oh, I think I forgot to survey down at the farm. So just kind of, yeah, I forgot to survey at the farm, but the farm would be sitting right about here. So just so you can see our rough progression. We are, like I said, we're heading up to the plane crash, going kind of the opposite route that you did with, you brought Gwen down this path. Probably. I mean, there's other ways to take her, I'm sure. Catching a headwind. Might lose this torch. Not a big deal. Alright, there's a hunting rifle. We're going to be very heavy carrying that.
Excellent.
But let's grab it. It's good self-defense, good hunting, until we find something better. I personally like the bow, so if I do find... you notice I've been picking up broken arrows and arrowheads, things like that. Because I am actually hoping to find a bow. Just as a personal preference. But totally reasonable for you to ditch all that stuff and just go for a hunting rifle if you find it. Just one sec. Oh, she's still on break. All right. In her stream tonight, she got down to basically 1% health and barely pulled it through. So that's cool that she got back enough, and I don't know the circumstances. I don't think she would have gone looking for a cougar, but maybe she was brave. If she did, that's great. But I don't know, maybe it surprised her, or maybe she got some sudden burst of bravery. There's a cave there. I could check that. Unlikely I'll probably find anything decent. I just kind of want to keep going. This plane crash, just like in Wintermute, is going to have a bunch of suitcases. I'm going to scout all the way through here looking for clothing upgrades. I'm going to leave anything in the suitcases that doesn't help that purpose. There's going to be a lot of clothing in here. It's a great resource, especially if you can find your way here at the start of a run. So so far I've left everything in the suitcases.
This stuff will come in handy.
Those are good, yep. There's only 3 sock options, and the climbing socks are the best ones. Just hands down. Dead bodies and carcasses often attract the crows, and you'll find feathers around them. I'm grabbing them. Like I said,
I think I can use this.
my thought is that if I do find a bow, that I can switch to using that rather than the rifle. So I'm going to be picking up feathers in order to make more arrows for that purpose. For me, it'd be worth it to stop and craft those arrows and have the bow for the rest of the journey.
Here.
You can kind of see that right now we're kind of towing the line in the wind with the wind chill. It is cold, but as soon as I step in protection, it's not.
I could use this.
Yep. This is going to be pretty much the last major spot for like stopping and looking for upgrades. At this point, there's not going to be much else that will be an improvement until we get to the summit. Alright, second pair of the long johns, so perfect. I can get rid of the blue ones. So I'll never need an upgrade from this point on for those. Yep. Those will need repairs, but again, once they're repaired, you're never going to upgrade from those. There's just no better.
Could end up being useful.
So I mentioned before, not worrying at all about leaving food behind. Just like in Wintermute, there's a bunch of airline food here.
I think I can use this.
In fact, let me eat one of those. And we'll drink a coffee just to keep the fatigue meter. I want to keep the fatigue meter at least above half. Below half, you start losing carrying capacity, and I don't want that to happen.
That'll come in handy.
If you will give me just one moment, I want to congratulate Games and Cookies on her kill. All right, thank you. Just had to stop by and say hello. Killing a cougar is a big thing for her. Big thing for any player. I've not done it. Let's see if that's better. These skill books, not going to be relevant. We're not going to be sitting around learning how to make fires or cook better. Drop that extra. Yeah, I'm going to get rid of these. These are actually not bad. They're very light, and I can repair them with cloth. So let's stick with those. I do have several repairs to make at some point.
Never would have thought to look here.
Right, I'm gonna before we leave, I'm gonna get this hunting rifle out and fill it up. Right. We'll keep this out for protection. I don't know if I'll be able to... Alright. Unfortunately, during the blizzard, I can't map. So heading up to that Joplin's bunker. It's a little hard to see with the blizzard, unfortunately, but hopefully you know the area from your playthrough. Sorry, give me just 1 second. Alrighty, no more distractions. Not that that was a distraction, but let's continue this. Alright, we are getting cold. It's very hard to see. I find the snowstorms very difficult because it's hard to spot motion in the distance. So we'll get up here to that bunker and we'll do some tasks. We'll probably maybe do some repairs. Do some get some sleep. There is a rope climb ahead, and I do want to be full. Anytime you do a rope climb, you want to start out fully rested, because it can drain you pretty quickly. And you might not make it to the top even if you're not fully rested, if it's a tall enough climb.
I'm gonna have to leave something behind.
Let's see what we can do here. How many cloth do I have? I want to save all the coffees for when we're actually traveling. I can do a couple maintenance tasks here. I can quickly, let me put this away, I can quickly loot these lockers. I'm kind of stalling here so that I can sleep for 6 hours, hopefully, and wake up right at dawn. Because if I do that, then I'll be able to repair without using my lantern.
I could use this.
A hacksaw. Might come in handy. We'll think about that. Again, I'm gonna loot pretty much everything and figure out from there. Just light this, just make sure we're not missing anything.
I could use this.
Mostly empty lantern there. So the basic plan is I'm going to try to sleep till dawn, repair, probably sleep a little bit more, whatever it takes to top off this fatigue meter, and then we'll go ahead and climb. I'm going to get this cloth.
This pack is getting too heavy to carry.
You can barely see the bed in the dark, so let's do that. I'm going to drink this water rather than the coffees. Like I said, I'm saving those. And let's do 6 hours. Alright, checking the time, so the sun's up. Perfect. Can do some repairs. Let's definitely start with the items that we're never going to replace. So these red underwear, the red climbing socks. I don't necessarily need to get them to full, but I do want to repair as long as, let's see, so the repair action, they're 22%, this repairs 55%, so I'll repair it once, but I probably won't repair it the second time to get it fully topped up. I'll go through all the items first, do at least the one repair to get them close to full, and then we'll continue from there. Yeah, we're going to be sticking with the insulated boots. Let's repair that one to full. Again, probably not going to be replacing that one. Mackinac, probably never going to be replacing that. watching the thirst meter there. Let's
At the same time,
eat.
we were facing destruction.
I'm gonna eat food that I don't plan on taking. So light stuff, or the stuff that's not very good calorie to weight ratio. I'll eat those. If you can kind of think of anything else that I dropped at the farm, I'm gonna be eating those sorts of things. You can set whatever bar you like, but I like the beef jerky and better. It's a easy comparison. Hey, thanks for the follow, Dia. All right, so that's that. Let's take care of all the repairs here. Yeah, these can use a repair. Those are both in good shape. Nothing's in the yellow, so I think that is going to be good enough. All right, let's put that away. All right, so first thing, extra clothing stays. We definitely need to get down to 30 kilograms here. Like, there's no ifs, ands, or buts. We cannot go up the rope climb being over encumbered. So I'm gonna leave. Yeah, I'm gonna leave the matches. I'll take I'll just take fire strikers. Normally, you'd want to preserve these in a longer run and possibly use matches instead, or situationally. But we can use them. This all looks good. Might have too many bandages. Let's go down to 3 bandages. Again, I'm gonna have to really min-max some of this stuff. Just drink the water. Like I said, I'm carrying the coffees and teas because they're better weight for the hydration than just pure water. Doesn't mean I'm going to take everything, but let's take the better condition. That, unfortunately, I think we're going to have to leave some of this stuff. Not, a flashlight's handy, hacksaw's handy. I do want to keep the rifle for protection, but I don't have the revolver yet. Let's leave that back. Line I'm not going to use. It's very light, extremely light, but everything counts. Not anticipating a need for a pry bar anytime soon. If there is some locker or something that we can't get into, we'll just write it off as a loss. We are going to come back through here, so we will pass this place again. I'm going to leave all the arrow making stuff, all the the arrowheads. There is a workbench here in the back of the room there for making arrows. If I find a bow, if I decide that makes sense, we'll take care of that. Food, again. Let's leave the teas. Yeah, I've made teas. I don't really need to carry all this. We're almost there, almost there. Let's get rid of some flares. Yeah, keep the better red flares. The blue ones don't last as long, so we'll leave that back. The jerry can. Let's go ahead and refuel this, and I'll just leave the jerry can back. That's a really heavy thing. That'll do it. All right, I even have I've got 1 kilogram I could take. Look at all of it. No, I think I'm good. Let's take a flare. Yeah. All right. So like I said, I wanted to sleep, but I could also just drink coffee. That'll fill in some of the fatigue meter. Yeah, that's pretty good. I'm nearly full up on the fatigue meter, so let's get going. If I were to sleep, I'd burn away some of this, the warm part of the day. And with all those repairs and these awesome clothes, very nice, very warm. Drinking that coffee also helps with this rope climb because coffee gives you a buff that reduces the amount of fatigue that's burnt. So strenuous activity like this is going to have less of a hit. We still lost a good bit of the bar, but it was less than it would have been. Let's go ahead and prepare by having our rifle out. I easily could have left some of this ammo back there too. So let me survey. I should have done this closer to the rope climb, but that rope climb would be like right here, so you can kind of see the progression that we did. Came out here from the Winding River, hit some major spots, and then came out here. And after a short journey here, we're going to be in Timberwolf Mountain. If you're not sure about maps, you know, on survival, this is going to be a new area that you didn't experience during Wintermute. So making use of that charcoal, good way to learn where to go. Now you're not going to have that directional arrow that you did with Wintermute. We'll survey this just as soon as I walked in. So there's the indicator, and this is actually in the south end of the map. When you fully zoom out, it's going to be in the south end. Hey, Lady Sunfire. So just checking status because I did sleep there. So we're 5 days left, 2 days in. And just as we come into view here, right at the top of that mountain is where we're actually going to be ending up. That's the plane crash at the summit. So if you hear anybody ever talking about doing a summit run, it's to go to that plane crash. It's a cargo plane, and there's a lot of loot up there, good stuff. But it is quite a journey. And I'll show you one path. You can't go to it directly. We have to take a very windy path to get up there. Actually, there you can kind of see it better. It is just like the tail half of a plane. Other parts of the plane crash are scattered throughout the zone also. Very roughly, you can kind of think of the parts as a breadcrumb trail. You're going to see us walking by a lot of them as we go. There's, generally speaking, just one path up there to start with. You can place ropes on mount points to make shortcuts. Because there's so much loot up there, it's not something that you can fully gather everything at once, so you may need to do multiple trips and setting those ropes. Let me just try to go all the way around here. Try to keep the distance, get around him. First option with wolves is always avoidance. But if they see you, still try to avoid them. If I were to raise my gun and try to shoot at him, he will charge. So if I can get around him and just have him not be in my path, that's a better option. But I was talking about the plane crash has got so much loot up there that placing some of those ropes can make the return journey much faster. So you can gather what you couldn't carry down the first time. Yep. On a clear day, it's very visible. Oh. This is a very popular location. I'm going to walk in here, and he's actually going to become uninterested in me. Because he can't come in this house. Again, let's loot. That's about the 7th storm lantern we found.
It'd end up being useful.
There's an arrow. There might be something else. You can walk up on these beds and peek behind. I'm just going to gather all this. This is a lot of the stuff you've seen before. You've seen I've left it behind because it's not very useful.
The pack is getting kind of heavy.
But I'm just going to pick it all up. There's a replacement hacksaw for the one we left behind. Alright. The first thing I saw is some peaches. We can eat these. Just top off the calories. Let's do the other one. This isn't something I'm going to bring with me, so I might as well eat it. I could also eat this candy bar, but these are a better option.
Lamp fuel. We can use this.
Alright, so don't need tinder. This is all good. I'm actually starting to not need this many emergency stems, but it's really hard to pass them up. Candy bar we'll leave behind. All the rest of this food is good. These cans I'll leave behind. I'll leave a couple flares. Slowing kits, I'll leave the one I've used. I'll take one with me. Arrow we had to leave behind before. Whetstone can be used to sharpen this. It's not going to get dull anytime soon. And lantern fuel, we didn't bring the jerry can, so if we do need lantern fuel, I'm gonna take that with me. And gun repair kits. This is in need of repair, but I'm not gonna sit here and do it. It takes quite a while. And we'll take cloth. We'll keep that for repairs or bandages. We can repair items that we find. Let me do that survey. Yeah, we're definitely addicted to the coffee. So this is where we came. Plane's still up there. You see the silhouette. But... Right, I think he's not going to see me if I sneak out this way. So roughly speaking, to get to the top, we have to do kind of a counterclockwise spiral in the zone around that mountain. Do I know how to take photographs in game? Yeah, there is a in-game camera, if that's what you're referring to. It's in the DLC areas. The camera, you can find film all over the place, but the camera itself is in the DLC areas. Weight is going to be a concern this whole trip. All of the The way to get up there, there are going to be several rope climbs that I'm going to need to do. So I need to be very aware of what I'm carrying because I'm going to have to drop stuff. I'm probably... This rifle is one of the heaviest things I'm carrying. And it might be the first victim of that. May just have to leave it behind. Being very careful here coming over these ridges. Can always be bad guys over here. Speaking of which, there's the bear. If it's your first time playing through this challenge, you may not remember the exact path that I'm taking here. You'll want to make sure to spend as much time as possible. You want to get here as quickly as possible and spend the time learning this region to get to that summit. But if you roughly remember that you need to do a counterclockwise pattern, you'll get there. There's a couple paths initially. I'm going down a ravine here. There's also another path that's a bridge. In fact, let me take that path. This is the path I would normally take because there's supplies that I would check, but we're not really interested in supplies anymore. We're warm. Got very good clothing. I don't really need to check all these places. So, I'll keep going this way. This is probably a better path if it's your first time going. Like I said, it does follow the breadcrumb trail of plane wreckage. This is the wing. There's birch bark here. I've got one. Let me grab this one. I'm not gonna look all over. There's a lot more around here, but I'm not gonna grab it all. This guy's got another hacksaw. Hacksaw is very important because you need a hacksaw to open these cargo containers. Actually, I already picked one up. That one's pretty destroyed, so let's use this one. This is what you'll find up in the plane. There'll be a bunch of these cargo containers, and they have two sections that you have to saw open. Opening these isn't strictly necessary for the challenge. Go Energy is sort of like a coffee, so I'm gonna take those. All that food I can leave here. The bear is coming this direction. I don't know if you can hear the noise.
I wonder who owns this stuff.
Really useful. I mean, it's all good, useful stuff, but I'm gonna have to drop it anyway. I can't even climb up ropes with what I'm carrying right now. Keep the coffees flow. Like I said, I want to keep my fatigue meter above half, so I'm at full carrying capacity. So, just proceeding through the wing, going through this little canyon here. So even a light snowfall like this, your clothes will start getting wet, and they'll start weighing more as they get wet. So you can sometimes feel yourself getting colder and heavier in a snowstorm because of that. All right, we're going to be full blizzard here, so let's look for some shelter. There's a cave right up here, so we'll stick in there. I do, for the purposes of the stream, I want to travel where the weather is not so awful. I would probably go, much farther, but I want you to actually see the trip. So we'll drop into this cave, sleep a bit. So I'm going to go to the back half of the cave, and you'll see, well, the audio changes, but you'll see the temperature gauge also. Caves have a warmer part in the back. It's a straight line across it. So drop that. My clothes got pretty darn wet, so they not only get heavier than normal, they also start losing their warmth effectiveness. Go ahead and make a fire. And I'll use one of these accelerants. Under normal circumstances, you wouldn't use accelerants. You'd take your time and build these fires, deal with the failures. But it's a short run, and I got the supplies. All right, so to help these dry faster, I'm actually going to take them off and drop them on the floor. They'll start getting wet from the outside slots inward, so that's why nothing else is wet. And as long as I'm warm enough, that should be fine. This got 1 hour left in it. I'm gonna sleep 1 hour. Let's see where we are. I'm gonna stick it out in this cave until this blizzard ends, though, just for the viewers. I'll throw an hour on, sleep another hour. It's at least just a light snowfall now. Should all be dry. Make sure you re-equip it. Alright. Let's take a look at food. It's all good. Coffee just to top off that fatigue meter. Right, still to snow. I would really like to have been able to survey, but maybe we'll get an opportunity down the line. Alright, so we're actually just barely above encumbrance. So it's not going to be quite as painful to have to drop something. We used up some wood and some fuel. Take torches. The torches will keep us a little warmer in the journey. And protected from wildlife. If the wind doesn't blow them out here, I might just do that. So that's the direction we came from. I was following that rock wall to get to that cave. It was a blizzard. And I'm just going to stick to this rock wall, and that'll take me to the first rope.
I can carry much more.
That'll take me to the first rope climb. Right initially, we're basically we're following the extreme edge of the zone. Like, there's nothing further that way. It's all sheer cliff. There are some caves up here there's one cave that will transition you to the Ash Canyon zone. And I'll point that out when I pass by it. Not relevant for this trip, but if you're exploring and looking for it, there's actually two, from Timberwolf to Ash Canyon, there's two caves that will take you to Ash Canyon. Here's the first rope climb. If you ever see me just randomly throw a torch, because I have a very twitchy right mouse button. Alright, so here we are.
I might have to drop some gear.
I'm under the effects of the coffee, so that's great. But I do need to get a little lighter here. I'm going to do that by dropping torches until I have just the one. That way, in case there's any predators up there, I'll be protected. Let's get up here. Clearly, if you don't have access to the coffee, if you didn't happen to find any, or as much, I could have easily slept a little longer in that cave and been fully rested to do that climb. Alright, I'm roughly still following this right-hand wall. This is one of the caves to the Ash Canyon here. It's a little transition cave. This is an area called the Deer Clearing. Good hunting, there are deer. And though you can't see it right now, there is another set of cargo containers. Again, kind of following that breadcrumb of plane wreckage. I will walk over so that it's visible. And, we can open those. It doesn't take too long to open the containers and maybe be able to fish out something useful. drinking coffee.
What have we here?
So much stuff in these. Cured leather. I can use these to do some repairs. So let me hold on to. Oh, there's a lot of them in here. That's really kind of extreme.
I wonder if I can drop any of this gear.
Yeah, I'm not gonna be able to use all of those, but if I'll drop what I don't need. I'm really just not sure how many failures it will take to repair these boots. And I just came up to the top where this tree is. There's another container.
That'll come in.
Great stuff. Just all stuff we've left behind before. And alright, so I'm all out of torches. I'm going to switch to a flare. I do want the protection, because there can be wolves and stuff out here. Plus it's still a good bit dark. See if I can survey. No, still too dark. I hear a bear coming. Okay. Yep, there he is. I really don't want to engage with him. If I shoot him, it might scare him, or it might make him run straight for me. So let's get out of his path. I'm going to crouch over here. Just reduces his detection of me. Can kind of bunny hop. Alright, he's far enough back that even if he sees me, he can't catch up. So he's gonna get in pursuit mode, but bears are actually pretty slow. You can very easily outwalk them. I'll get a certain distance and he'll give up. Get a torch ready here. Or a flare, rather. Yeah, you can see how far back he is. He'll give up eventually. Again, I'm still following that right-hand wall, basically. This is still the extreme outer edge of the zone. But that's about to change here. Right here where you see this tree, that's where the path kind of diverges. That's where you want to give up. You can continue down that way. There's a cave. There's other stuff. You can kind of circumnavigate the entire zone that way, but this is the way, this little path here is the one you want to take to continue up to the summit. Just gonna be our next rope climb. Coffee. Again, every time you do a rope climb here, you want to be as your fatigue meter to be as full as you can manage it. Things to get rid of. I can get rid of the stone. I can pick up a new stone lighter. There. Flare shells we might use. I actually don't have any canned food. Let me take a look at the big picture here. Go Energy is another good solution. This will fill up your fatigue meter for a short time, with a little penalty at the end. But these are great to chug right at the bottom of a rope, and I'll probably use one at the last rope climb. It's a little longer than the others. That's what she said. All right, let's eat. Might free up a few calories here. Eating the beef jerky first.
Yeah, that's what she said.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. 0.29. Yeah, oh, geez. Yeah, I do not need all of these. I'm going to keep 2. Alright, so that's more than enough. Hello, load tree. This is the secluded shelf. Now this, it's a little small plateau. It's really not much here, but there's a cave that we need to travel through. It's all good. Just rambling through a hopeless rescue challenge. Alright, let's go with the lantern to get through here. Hey, Lotry, you watch Games and Cookies, right? Alright, she got her first cougar tonight. If you want to drop by and say hi. I don't know the circumstances. I was streaming, so I haven't seen it, but impressive feat. Yep. Essentially, I'm just following my right-hand rule again. It really doesn't fail too much. There's just there's one way in, one way out for this little cave. Boy, I really wish I could map for you. But, alright, we really just have one more really long rope climb and then we're done. We're at the summit. The solution, Nuka, is coffee.
Is it food?
So I picked up this rope because there's a attachment point right up here. I'm fairly certain that rope is always in that spot.
Too heavy.
No, that sounds counterproductive because then you have to fix the fence and then paint it even more. What? He just woke up. I haven't even begun. Alright, so here's a rope attachment point. I'm gonna attach that now. And here's this rope climb. It's a very big rope climb. A couple ways to approach this. You can get up it fully rested. You can also stop if you see these ledges. As you're going up the rope, you can stop, look over to the side, and you can actually get off on those ledges and rest up. You want a full sprint meter when you do this. And so using those ledges to refill your sprint meter is a good way to do it. You'll want to be fully rested though. This is a really long climb. Other options are go energies. These will fill your bar for a short while, enough time to get to the top of the rope. Makes the climb very quick. In a pinch though, you can also use an emergency stem. The downside of this is that it provides a short little burst of energy, just like the Go Energy, but then at the end of it, you'll collapse from exhaustion. Your fatigue bar will go to 0 after 60 seconds on this. So use it as a last resort. I am going to let me fix my inventory. I got a little bit over. Let's eat peaches. That's heavy. That'll take care of it. And I'm gonna drink one of these Go Energies and then go straight up the rope. Hiya, Blue Birdie. Again, if your sprint meter, that's the one on the lower right, dips down, if you need to stop, you'll slow way down on the rope. You might want to get off on those ledges and rest it back. Or you just abuse the Go Energy and get right to the top. Alright, and this is the summit. Right over here is a cave. Very likely when you get up here, you're going to be almost completely exhausted. This cave is a good place to rest up. And I think I'm going to do that. I'm going to try to rest up, maybe do repairs. I do kind of want this I want to be able to show you the views. It's just so dark. I want to show you what it looks like. So I'm going to go to the back of the cave when it starts warming up. That's how you know you're safe. Drop the bedroll. If I can do repairs, if it's light enough, I'll do repairs. Now all this stuff is good. And actually, I probably don't want to do a lot of repairs. This is not going to be replaced, so let's replace that, or let's repair that. Headache is the effect of the go energy. And you see my fatigue bar is way low now. Not quite as bad as a stim would do. It would drop it to 0, but... Alright, so those are good. And let's sleep. Need a few things. Some hydration from this. Trying to save the coffee for the return trip. We got a long way to go. About a 10-hour sleep. Yeah, let's do that. 10 hours. I'm never mean. That's not true, but
I'd snow if the hypothermia wouldn't kill me.
this is another optional mountaineering rope that you could. There's another attachment point down there. Flask, useful for keeping hot teas hot, but I'm gonna leave that there. Not really doing a lot of tea heating. It's more for traveling in the cold, and I haven't really been cold with this clothing. You see there, I just got well fed, which is perfect timing. So now I have an extra +5 carrying capacity. Perfect timing. You want having that land when you get to the summit is chef's kiss. Well, this, I'm going to leave that. I don't need it. So the main point of coming here is for the distress pistol, so we'll grab that right away. It's going to be in a little box here at the front, very brightly colored. There's our distress pistol. There should be a few flares also to go in it. That's on the weapon bar along with the rifle, and it doesn't come loaded, so you have to load it up. You see a little pin on the trigger there, or not the trigger, the hammer. So that's full. All right, or that's ready to go. We need to make sure we keep at least one shot for the finale of this. So we have to shoot a flare from the top of the lighthouse. Don't run out, would be my advice. Okay, so the rest of this, see there's a spare hacksaw. If ours is in too bad a condition, we can switch to that one. These actually do a lot of damage to hacksaws when you open these containers, and there's a lot of them here. I'll take a few minutes and open them all. Normally I would just kind of head out. My clothing is great. There's some upgrades potentially from here. Most of the stuff is going to be stuff, I mean, you're not going to need it for this challenge,
I can still eat this.
and you're not going to be able to carry it down easily. So, but I'll open it up and show you what it's like. Oh, another hacksaw. All the tools. All right.
I could use this.
Cured hides. Let me see if there's a better knife. Yeah, my knife I knew was a little damaged. Let's upgrade that. Let's upgrade the hacksaw. You see, it takes 5% damage per section. So these have 2 sections. It's good to have the bonus ones here. Yeah, load tree's right. You can also repair.
Could end up being useful.
I'm gonna take 1 accelerant. I don't need them all.
I think I can use this.
Alright, so Balaclava is an upgrade, mostly for the armor. It's the same weight as this, but it's a good upgrade. You can only wear one of them, and it has to be on the inside slot. So let me take the best one, put it on. These I fully repaired, so I don't need these ones. Let's throw them back.
Need water. Just
Water?
what I need. Thank goodness.
Just what I needed.
Is it food or?
Lots of food. You can very comfortably live up here for days and days on all the supplies you get. Quality tools. Another fire striker. A lot of lanterns. Holy lanterns.
Thank goodness.
Did see a Go Energy in there. I'm gonna take it.
Hope I can still eat this.
I'm gonna just cycle through and then reopen it and grab crackers. Crackers are really good travel supplies, good emergency stuff. They're 900 calories, but they do make you very thirsty. Yeah.
This stuff will come in handy.
Coffee. I'm gonna take all the coffee. Yes. Let's make sure our hacksaw is good. Okay. If your hacksaw gets ruined, it will lock these containers, that whatever one it's opening.
There's got to be something useful in here.
This is on the lower difficulties. This is an excellent item. Same with these. Wow, lots of them in here.
I'm just gonna leave something behind.
Let's see if I can get a decent one for comparison. So let's see. Plus 28 and then plus 5, plus 4.5 compared to this. And it's lighter. It's way better and lighter. It's not as good waterproof and armor, but it's way better on a lot of other aspects. Weight, number 1. Alright, so I'll take the better one, put it on. Yeah, let's just double up. So compared to this, this is when fully repaired. Yep. So this is fully repaired. It's 2.5. This is 60%, and it's 2.5 already. So let's we'll double up. Fisherman sweater. Basically best in class. How about if I'll keep the festive sweater just for, this is going to be 2 degrees, but we'll keep that just for fun. I'm kind of sacrificing 1 degree by keeping the festive sweater, but it's fine. All right, a lot of repairs to make here. Boom. No, fisherman's better. Fisherman's better. Oops. All right, so I'm actually out of cloth here. All right, so let me grab some cloth here. I'm going to use... Which one had the socks? Nope. Nope. One of these has like socks. Oh, I didn't open this one yet.
Someone's stash.
I'm just going to take all of this. These are several good items here. Socks are also very quick for harvesting for cloth.
I need to drop something.
Well, it's a little foggy, but here's the view from the plane. Remember, we could see this from when we entered. Down there, you can just barely see the dock sticking out into the lake, and then behind that is Mountaineer's Hut. Where we came into the zone was a little further that way to the right. We'll see if the weather gets any better. Try to get a better view. But until then, I'm going to just repair clothing. Harvest. Oh no, these aren't good. I need gloves to harvest. These are wool socks take forever. Oh, those are 20 minutes also. Need gloves for cloth. Should be a 99. Oh no. It's pretty wrecked. Alright. Well, that's basic. Where is... I know there are gloves somewhere. Oh yeah, here we go. Hats. These will be fast to rip up for cloth. It's definitely not strictly necessary. Like I said, I probably, if I was doing this for speed, I would not even loot. I wouldn't even open these containers. I would just grab the distress pistol and go. But let's do it.
getting dark out here. Time to look for shelter. All I can think about is food.
Hey, Cool Jen. Alright, I'm gonna eat the food that's here. Yeah, let's go for sodas first. Should have ate that first, but... several failures in a row is not unheard of. You start out at a very low chance. I can't repair, but I can still harvest. These snow pants are actually going to be better when repaired than the combat pants, so I'll switch those up. And I'll repair these instead, when I can. Main difference, they're going to be 2 degrees. They're a little heavier, the snow pants, but they're really good windproof and waterproof. So, once it's fully repaired, these are going to be great. Those are all the same, just worse condition. Alright. Open this last one.
Hope nobody needs this anymore.
I'll take the stem. This is going to be all weapon stuff. Take the flare. How many? I'm already kind of carrying a lot of ammo. So, yeah, I guess I'll just take it. I can always dump it. I think I'm gonna be good on. I think I'm going to be good on the ammo, but let's grab one of these very full ones here. I can actually light this and keep doing my repairs. Even though it's too dark due to the blizzard, I can keep it going. Still need more cloth. Too many failures. Try to repair these boots. Boy, it's actually very cold. I'm wearing awesome gear, but it's still cold. So I'm gonna go back to that cave, I think.
Can't feel my hands.
Sleep thing. Let's carry some. Yeah, I can eat an MRE. Oh, I didn't quite eat it all. All right. Take one more of these for hydration. Actually, I'm starting to warm up. Now that the blizzard's over, I'm starting to warm up in here, so I think I can sleep safely. I'm just gonna let that burn. There's like 10 lanterns in there. Could be wasteful now that I'm leaving. Let's yeah, it's gonna be about 9 hours. Let's do that. Tools. I'm gonna take the batter hacksaw. Whatever's least damaged. Yep. Alright, everything's basically fully repaired. It's all really good stuff. I'm gonna set this out. See if we can race it to the bottom. Oh, I need a surface. Come on. Dang it. Alright, I'll have to go up and around.
That'll come in handy.
I really just kind of wanted to leave this as a marker and race the timer down there. But I can't find a place to put it. There we go. You'll see a lot of players, they'll load up on stuff here, and then they will go down the sheer cliff here and all the way down as a quick way to get out of here. I'm going to take the ropes though. Definitely you can practice that, but that's, you know, you can get a lot of sprains. You can accidentally go the wrong way and fall, get stuck. It's not bad, but you know, play this legit. I'm gonna take the ropes. Oh no, it's super common. I don't think I've I don't think I've taken the ropes down in a long time. The main problem with taking the ropes down is that you have to watch your encumbrance, right? So and you've just got done loading up on everything imaginable from that summit. So you can, you know, carry maybe 10 kilograms over your capacity pretty easily down there, down that sheer cliff. If you ever get to watch Nuka, she will fly down things like that. That's her superpower. I am bringing this extra rope because I'm going to show you where to attach it down here. Alright, so just a little bit of a weight thing. I'm going to drink a coffee. This will help in going down. It will save a bit of the fatigue. Oh, you got to drop just a little bit here. Yeah, it's the distress pistol. In this challenge, the distress pistol is only located at the summit here, and it's this right here. You essentially load it with flare shells, and you can fire it like that. So the goal is to do that at the Desolation Point Lighthouse. So summit's up there. To continue exiting, I'm just going to keep doing that counterclockwise rotation around the summit, basically. It's just the circumstances of the in-game challenge itself. Like that's the goal. This is a challenge that's built into the game by the developers. You spawn in the Trapper's Hut in Mystery Lake, travel here to the summit, get the distress pistol, and go to the lighthouse and signal for your rescue. And you have 7 days to do it. the rifle out for defense. The other way you could exit this, I mean, other than going off the cliff face, you could go directly back the way that you came back up. Like if you're worried about getting lost, you just reverse your whole course. You go down the first rope, then you go to you go into the cave system, come back out the other side, go down the other rope, and just go like that clockwise rotation back around. So this is kind of like the northwestern end of the zone. Here's the summit. Unfortunately, we had a blizzard. I wasn't able to map on this side, but the basic path is to go kind of circular. You get up here, cut through, and then you do your 2 ropes in the tunnel system. So there's a cave back there. I've always had fun hanging out in this area as kind of a retreat. It's a wolf right there. There's bunnies, there's deer. There's a bear that passes by you every once in a while. It's a fun place to hang out for a little while. You just want to be all outdoorsy. There's a great waterfall there. Coming down this direction gives you the benefit of being able to attach this rope, which will provide you a shortcut back up to the summit. One of the shortcuts. There's there's a few ways to get up and down, for sure. But you know, you have to attach. There's no way to get to this attachment point without coming down, either down off the mountain with that rope, or bringing another rope from somewhere else and taking a long extended walk all the way around. So it's probably best done after that. After you go to the summit the first time, you take that rope down, set this up, and then you've got an easier path. Alright, I'm gonna drink coffee here. I don't want my fatigue to go under half. Some more containers here that you could open up. I'm not gonna bother. I think I'm good. Like I'm 16 degrees. I'm never gonna get cold, except for the worst blizzard. Like the one up there at the top, because it is colder up there, is probably about as bad weather you're gonna get. And then from this point, I'm just gonna follow this frozen river. Basically heading back out here, so I'm kind of right about here right now. So I'm going to bypass all. I'm not going to go back to Mountaineers. I'm just going to go straight for the exit. There's a wolf here. I think I'm going to scare him off with a shot. Maybe try to take him out. So as soon as I aim at him, he's going to start charging me. So I'm going to aim a little low and wait for him to run right into the crosshairs. Their run path towards you can get a little wonky. Like he did, he did kind of a wide turn, but he did eventually line up straight and came right in there. I just had to kind of follow him, and I was backing up as I was doing it, giving him time to straighten out. So this is the outer wall of Timberwolf Mountain. It's the same one I was kind of following, going up there. At the bottom of this rope, we're also near the entrance to the Black Rock region. Show where we're at right now. And I'm roughly just going to follow this frozen river down. I was going to say at the bottom of this rope you can see the moose marks here. The moose does sometimes show up down here. Unfortunately, I'm walking directly against the wind and it's pushing me back and making me slow. Try to get over to some wind protection. Keep your eye out for coal. Frozen rivers can sometimes spawn coal. Coffee going. Even if you weren't lucky enough to find coffee heading up to the summit, that one container is guaranteed to have a bunch of it. You can see I had 5 containers now. I'm not sure how many were up there. I think at least 3 or 4. I might have had one from before, but definitely good fuel for the end of this. If you have enough, I mean, you could run. You'll go through coffees more, but you could run. fire a shot to try to scare him away. Oh, I hit him. Alright. So you can see he's bleeding out. He will run off and die. The rifle has one quirk. You see the cartridge gets ejected there? Or this casing, rather. If you pick these back up, every time you shoot, it spits it out. The revolver works differently. That spits out the casings when you reload it. This one does it as when you shoot. And the casings for both can actually, those are part of the gunsmithing skill here. You can recraft ammunition, but you do need the casings to fill them back in, fill them back up with the gunpowder and bullets. Come up to the exit, back to Pleasant Valley. That direction is towards Mountaineers Hut. We'd kind of walk by it. We saw it there. That's how we came in. It was basically hug that wall and went that way. Damn, internet died. How's it going, games? Sorry to hear that. Cougar Slayer. That used to be my nickname. She said. Did you run into him accidentally, or did you go looking for him? Games and cookies. Which is really crazy because I was watching you earlier and you were missing bunnies. So I don't know, you suddenly got really good apparently. Maybe it was because I left. Maybe I giving you too much pressure. You did not look for it, huh? He's the short rope climb. The bunker we stayed in is down at the bottom. You can do this rope climb. I'm gonna do the goat here, Billy Goat. This is kind of the short version of what I was talking about. People do coming off the summit. As long as you stick to the rock face here, you kind of more Spider-Man, like you're kind of clingy to the rock here. And as long as you don't like see that'd be quite a fall down that way. As long as you have something underneath you, I think I might fall here. Yep. Oh, short fall. You can very delicately slide down the rock face. There you go. Let me pop in here. I think there were some supplies. Let me make sure. I don't need matches. That's for sure. Fire strikers. 6 stims. That's a lot. Not heavy at all. I've got the well-fed bonus now. This is going to be a cakewalk as far as weight goes. I'm going to trade in these for the jerry can. Not going to bother with the arrows. I didn't find a bow anywhere, so we're going to leave those. I still haven't found a revolver, so I'm not going to take that ammo. All right. Good. I can't wait to watch it later, games. I'm sorry I missed it. Alright, so, I mean, it's clearer now. Do I have a... I don't have a thing. Oh, I can get some from here. This stove should have some charcoal. I don't think I robbed it before. Just one? Alright. So, we are up here. There's that Brever cache. This is the way we came up, but we're actually going to go a little bit down here and then follow a road down to Thompson's Crossing. You probably are familiar with it if you did the Wintermute episode. There is a survivor rescue that's in this. That was kind of up in this area. There's also a side mission to visit the Misty Falls Cave, and that's up that way. Well, now it won't be so scary next time, right? I'm so scared of cougars. Won't even bother to see. I said that earlier when I heard about it. I was like, I haven't even killed a cougar yet. Well, not in a few years, am I right? Alright, so here's the start of that road. It's really just kind of a couple of ruts. This cabin is actually in Wintermute. You can actually go into this cabin. Stick to the raised part of this. I want to kind of be elevated just in case there's any predators. I want them to be able to see me. If I'm like down here in one of the ruts,
Sun setting.
I can't see them, they can't
Gonna
see
get a
me.
lot colder
It's
soon.
could be a lot scarier. Just follow this all the way down to Thompson's Crossing.
And that, as much as anything else, led to my drinking problem.
So the next spot we're heading is to the cave that Astrid had to go at the very end of the episode, of episode 3. It's the one that she left the area. The cave is actually quite a bit different than it is in Wintermute, but it's that's where we're headed. I do want to make a brief stop off in Thompson's Crossing, though. I do have all this coffee to make. And if I were to make all this coffee, it'll ensure that I don't need to stop to sleep at all. And the community hall in Thompson's Crossing has a 6-burner stove, just like the one at the farm. So it should be fairly fast. I don't have a lot of containers on me, but might be able to find some cans at least, and open them up and use them. Just like that. It's 5. Yeah, it's 0.5, yeah, 5 cups right there.
Could end up being useful.
Right, he's gonna straighten out, wait for him to come into the crosshairs. So what I'm doing is I'm basically keeping this active. Every cup of coffee gives you this buff, and then when it runs out, I'm gonna drink another cup of coffee and another. Now, in a long-term survival situation run that you're planning to keep, you wouldn't be so wasteful with coffee. Yeah, you'd use it on the situations that require it. Yeah, rope climbs are good. Yeah. heating it up and drinking it when you're cold, tired, thirsty, and hungry. It's one of the... I think it's the only thing, right? Other than pies, maybe? That can meet all 4 needs at once. As soon as we fire the distress pistol off at the lighthouse, this run is over, so use it while you got it. If you want a little speed boost, you can sprint on the pavement. It's a little bit faster than sprinting through the snow. So you wait for big sections like that. Save your sprint meter for these. There's a bunch of houses, cars. I mean, you could spend as much time as you wanted here looting, but remember, you aren't on a timer. I got 2.5 days now. I'm making good time. It's not going to be a problem, but if you do get bogged down, you might not make it for this particular challenge. In which case, you just start another one. Start it up again. Do it again. This challenge is all about teaching you how to move through the world quickly. Each of the challenges kind of teaches you something important. There's a challenge that makes you stay at several locations for 3 days each. So that's going to teach you how to be sufficient, self-sufficient in an area for a longer stay. Whereas this one is all about moving through the world quickly. Go energy, yes. I don't think I need the sodas. I'm looking for cans. Excuse me one sec. Sorry about that. More coffee. Yep. Some little sneaky hidden cartridges here. My gun ready before I walk out. The back door here is open, unlike in Wintermute. So I'm gonna go in here. The kitchen's gonna be right here. That's why I'm going in. So for cans or maybe a cook pot would be helpful. None of that. There might be some in the drawers here, but open these cans, use them for cooking. Might not be able to fill all 6 slots here, but the more the better. It's not bad. I might be able to find more. Start this fire. I got tons of accelerants. Let me use this lower condition fire striker. There we go.
It worked.
Coal. I can use pretty much almost all this coal. There's a cave coming up that has a lot of coal we're going to be passing through. Okay, put down water.
I think I can use this.
Briefly scout this area. Another sweater. 83%? 85%. No. We'll keep the one that we've had the whole time. Take this water so I don't have to cook more.
This stuff will come in handy.
Oh, take that. Fire log. Put that on the fire. Doesn't really matter how long this fire lasts. So I'm leaving way before it ends.
Is it food or? Excellent.
Pretty much have enough coffees here that I'm going to cook. I don't even probably need to carry any food with me. Coffees give very few calories, like
Wonder if
110.
this is any good to eat.
Oh, sure. Cook the rabbit. Probably if I run out of water, I'll just stop cooking coffee. This is a lot of coffee. Totally impractical. Cooking level 2. Yeah, I'm almost out of water, so probably the last batch. Yeah, it's all the water. Alright, so we'll just let that finish up. Anything I can ditch? I do have to remember that I'm low on tinder, so there was a paved newspaper. Sure, I'll convert this. Coffee should be ready by then. Hey Kia, this is a this is the challenge Hopeless Rescue. It's the in-game challenge Hopeless Rescue. Alright, I'm gonna take my, yeah, don't want to forget my cooking pot. Yeah, it's roughly a Voyager level challenge. So you get that level loot. Get back on the coffee train here. Pretty sure I have enough that I could sprint for most of the time. Sprinting does burn through the fatigue meter, but I'm refilling it with coffee just about as quickly. I also have a number of Go energies. I'll probably start popping them and the stims right towards the end of the run. They kill off your fatigue meter, but you just pop another one, refills, and you keep going. Don't have any particular, I don't need to loot anything, I don't need to eat. So it's all just getting to the exit point here. Here's the mine that Astrid took to get out of here. Ah, darn it, I can't map. Okay, so roughly it's on this side. Little up, actually. Right about here. Right about there. Thompson's Crossing's a little to the side here, but let's go. probably pick up a few coal. There's so much coal in this cave that if you picked it up, you'd be dragging. I'm just gonna loot a few. There's almost no scenario that I'll need another fire. There's another stem. It's gonna be a real fun run at the end. So I've got the 7 stims, so that's going to be 7 real-time minutes of full sprint. But that's the best way to end this, you know. Put in the work, am I going the right way? Yes, I think I am. Put in the work, you looted the containers, you did your repairs, you're never going to get cold. It's just about ending it. Where did I screw up? I gotta go left. Alright. Keep that buff going. Just about to cap it off. Alright, so let me switch up tactics here just a little bit. I got 5 flares. Let me pull that out. I did have the rifle. So this is coastal. I can't really map here. It's too dark. But coastal highway is basically a large bay with ice, you know, running all through the middle. So I'm going to head down this hill, and at the bottom of it, I will be at the water, or the ice rather. Just gonna keep a flare handy for safety. Alright, so, like I said, this is a large bay. Sort of road that kind of circumnavigates it. You can also just run across the ice for quite a distance. The ice extends pretty far. But what I'm going to do here, I have a full stock of stims here. I'm going to pop one, and I'm just going to sprint and stay on the ice and get all the way over there. Like this, just in case I run over any wolves. I don't actually want to stop running because I have 60 seconds of full run. And if I see any wolves, it's more just going around them. Yeah, I hope they fix that a little bit too. That's a little intense. This is a good place to for the stem. I mean, you wouldn't do this in a regular survival run. Again, I'm repeating that, but this is somewhat of a speed run. You're on a timer, and you don't have any like long-term expectations. The stim is very helpful for saving your ass if you're deeply injured. It gives you a little bit of a heal. It gives you this 1 minute of sprinting, which might be enough for you to run to a shelter,
I'd lay down right here if I thought I'd ever wake up again.
All right. Pop a go energy. I don't have quite the sprint meter, but the go energy gives me the fatigue bar so that I can sprint. Yeah, exactly what Nico says. Like use them to get yourself out of trouble. They're a limited resource, but so is your life, right? No point dying with a bunch of stims in your inventory. Right, games and cookies. I actually probably should have stemmed. I thought I was closer than I was. I could have stemmed one more time and gotten all the way across this in a double sprint. Yeah, let's do that. I've got so many supplies worth of... such a supply of go energies and coffees and stims, and the torches last a nice long time. Good enough to scare away the wolves if I come across one, or just keep them at bay, I should say.
Energy is just disappearing.
I'd
Lay down.
love to give you a tour of
Have a
these
little sleep, right?
coastal highway, this connector region called Crumbling Highway, and Desolation Point itself. But get a nice purple color with this. with the Go Energies. Anyway, yeah, I'd love to give you a tour of these, but you know, this is kind of typically how you end these runs. You can take your time. I'm well ahead of schedule. I'm at 2 days, 2.5 days. You could take 2.5 days and make your way through these sanely. You don't have a lot of time to explore them deeply. You know, those other challenges are better for that. Coastal Highway you can learn very well by doing the whiteout challenge, which I might do. I might do tomorrow. It still had life in it. So, yeah, the whiteout challenge would be great for learning Coastal Highway. The other challenges, some lower difficulty ones, Nomad and Archivist. Great for travel, learning some new places. You'll visit some old ones from Wintermute and some new ones. Yeah, it's Hopeless Rescue. I'm going to get over to this road and I'll do another stem. I could have been using these a lot more, but you know. This is a good first one. Like it's marked as a higher difficulty, but it's a very short duration, and it takes you through regions that you did in Wintermute. Like it's good follow up. That's why I'm doing it this way. Alright, and unfortunately the weather's kind of bad, but we're coming up on that lighthouse. Get a fresh flare going. So I'm going to go inside and then take the stairs and get to the top. Exit out the top and shoot the flare gun.
Something's making me feel really tired.
Let's go. That's it. Oh, nowhere near my best time. Oh, man. That's what I get for talking through it. Not using all the stims as effectively. This is a very popular speed running challenge for people. Very, very fun. The community likes doing this one as a speed run. I couldn't even remember what my best time before was. It's been a while since I did this, but yeah, we'll I don't know. Maybe I'll try to reawaken my speed running of this someday in the future. But this was more a talk through for people coming into the game via the Steam sale. You know, if you played through Wintermute, which is a great tutorial, this is a nice challenge to follow it up. Well, geez, I still have a bit of time here. How about I do a hunted? Oh, have a good one. Have a good day at work, Lewis. All right. Oh, no. Started a new one. Meant to go back to the menu. Survival challenges. That's where these are all located. New. Let me just do a little stream maintenance. I want to change my message here. Now I recently did this Hunted Part 1 as a kind of a more difficult player challenge. I played it as that I couldn't go indoors, but this one I'm just going to play totally normal. Here's the parameters. This is a step up in difficulty, but it is another one that's really good follow-up. Hopeless Rescue, Hunted Part 1, and Hunted Part 2 are really good follow-ups to Wintermute. They are more difficult, but not tremendously so. The quirk about this is that as you're moving around the world, the bear will spawn behind you and begin pursuing you. So if you stop, he will chase after you and get you. You do have access to a flare gun to scare him off. You can also, go inside, go off directions, try to lose them via the terrain, all of that. He does have a mechanism that makes him catch up to you. So when he spawns in, he will kind of dash forward and get really close to you. It's a kind of an intimidating challenge. So let me get set up here, and yeah, we'll hit it. Jump scare, by the way. The Darkwalker challenge is an intense challenge where there is a entity chasing you in the world, and it gets faster over time. You have to visit a number of locations, and
gonna bleed out soon.
Pretty challenging. So pick this up. I'm gonna crouch for detection radius. He's messed us up pretty good, so I'm gonna patch up that blood loss right away, and then go straight into this basement.
I'm so tired.
All right, let me show you the results. He has really ripped up our clothing. Like, this is just how you start, right? This is the circumstances of the start of this run. He's ripped up your clothing. As far as supplies, this is all you have. Some terrible clothing. The can he knocks out of your hand. You have to actually pick that up if you want to make any water. But your first safe spot is going to be in here. So I'll just quickly loot everything. There's a stim. There's the flare gun that you're given to protect yourself. And I want to load that right away. Yeah, I know Nuka's working on a speed run of that. I did it on St. Patrick's Day, so I actually have, there's a highlight on my channel if you wanted to watch it. I did it on St. Patrick's Day, and I had the stipulation that I could only wear green clothing for it. Again, we like to make our own challenges in this game. It adds so much replayability. Yeah, we add our own restrictions. Alright, so right off the bat, I am completely fatigued. I do have the bedroll. Actually, I've got 2 bedrolls. I'm going to set out this one. I don't need to be carrying 2 of them. I could immediately sleep. I've got a little bit of food. Let me take some firewood. Okay, we're actually almost at carrying capacity right now. Let's see what clothing we got. Let's put this on the outer. What's the best one we got here? 0.2, 0.5, yeah, there we go. The rest of this can all stay. So I'll use this. I'll dump this clothing. Food we can carry. I mean, there's not a lot of supplies here, except for that bedroll. There's probably nothing else I want to leave here. Alright, but we're low on health. We're actually taking damage due to the fatigue. I do have a stim, though. And that would let me get out of here and make it down to someplace more useful. So you saw the health bar went up just a bit. It's going to be very cold here, but I'm going to run until just about the time this expires. Probably make a fire. You could, like I said, you could totally. There's no time limit on this one. You could totally just sleep in that basement in the bedroll until you've recovered your fatigue. But I'm gonna come down here, gather some supplies. Except that Nuka's cursed me and I only got 1 birch bark. I'm gathering these cattails for the main purpose that they have tinder. It's kind of the fastest way to get fire-making tinder.
Fingers feel numb.
Alright, so there's the stim has run out. I am taking a little bit of damage from the fatigue. I can't sprint anymore. I'm going to try to get down to Molly's farm.
I'm getting weaker.
Before it gets cold. That may not be possible.
So cold.
Let's take a little bit of a risk. I'm going to build a fire here in wind protection.
Come on. It worked.
A little time here. I'm actually going to sleep 1 hour. Take the risk that the weather's not going to get too bad here. Oh, I made this in the bad spot. I saw green. There it is. All right. So I am warming up. Not warming up very much. Yeah. It should be fine. It's fast enough, I think, that an hour's sleep will take care of it. Built it in wind protection, hoping that it doesn't get blown out or if a blizzard shows. Alright. So with that, should be able to make it to Molly's barn before it gets cold again. Another tactic would be, if you wanted to play it a little safer, you could sleep in the basement, wake up, and then go to the plane crash, and just gather a bunch of clothing there. That would definitely make your journey much warmer. Totally reasonable strategy. That's actually what I did on the outer version of this, so where you had to stay outdoors. I couldn't go in that initial basement, so I didn't get any of those supplies. So I went to the plane crash and got whatever clothes I could from there. All right. Yep. So we didn't get cold getting here. That's perfect. Let's go in her basement first. We'll start there, and we'll just loot this whole place.
My energy is just disappearing.
Taking a little bit of damage from that fatigue, but
This small miracle is taking place.
there's no particular timer on this, but it does track your personal best. So it does, it can be replayed, and you can try to beat your time. Or you can put some crazy self-imposed restriction on it and try to beat other people's times using the same restriction. Thanks for the follow, Double Dead. Probably not going to be relevant, but we'll grab everything. I like to, like I said before, if you were watching earlier in the stream, I'll probably repeat it many times. I like to kind of loot everything, and then at the end, before I leave, dump what I can't carry with me, don't want. Dump it in a container somewhere, and move on from there. That way, if I ever do come back here, I know I've looted it. Everything is in one spot. If I need something on an emergency basis, I don't have to re-scout this house for, say, like antibiotics. I know they're going to be in a more convenient spot.
Could end up being useful.
All right, so I'll take water. Guys, please take the water from the tank, not the bowl. That is just gross. I don't care how it works in game, it's just gross. Right, ski jacket, it's probably a good upgrade. It's all there, you can replay it. I didn't even have a good plane run. Like, in that run, I was talking about how bad it was going. I did it all wrong, and somehow it ended up right. So the idea to stay outdoors during this run, so I wouldn't be able to be looting in this farm, obviously. You have to stay completely outdoors in that version of the challenge. Came from another streamer named Psychoactive Haze, who is a new streamer, and I popped in there and we were talking, and he was talking about doing the hunted challenge and that he just had the worst time doing it. He couldn't figure out, he was dying easily, couldn't even make it, 10 minutes. And he said he finally realized that he'd been playing it for so long, trying to struggle with it, he never realized you could go into the basement. The basement that's right there, right at the start. So that was the origin of it. I kind of said, well, it sounds like a fun challenge, even though you didn't mean it. Because, yeah, that basement has got a lot of initial supplies, especially that flare gun to scare away the bear. Ooh, coffee. Oh, coffee. Hello. Thanks for doing that shout out.
Wait! My things!
Now listen, you royal.
I could use this.
Thanks. Take only what you need to survive.
I need the coffee. Yeah, it's really funny because Psychoactive, if you watch him, he's like a very analytical player. And it just, it's just, it was just funny to hear, how just like a simple little, just one little factor could make for something happen like that, where he just struggles for so long. All right, yeah, we're gonna definitely be sitting here, make this coffee. Got containers. Canned food, yep. Got canned food, we'll eat the dog food. It's peaches. Mostly you doing this just to get cans. These out. Nice. Start the fire. Books are great for starting. They give you the best chance. And I grabbed plenty of water from the toilets, so we're going to make toilet coffee.
Come on. Come on.
Put these peaches next to the stove, they can cook in the can. And we'll make our herbal tea. I don't actually need to do really any other cooking here. But I do have to decide if I want to keep going, which I think I will. Like I said, this is a time challenge, so I'm gonna try to do this reasonably fast. I'm definitely not going to beat my other time, I don't think, but just like before, I can drink these coffees and start refilling my fatigue meter so that I don't have to sleep. And I'm going to set these down. They'll stay warm next to the fire. I'm just going to wait for these to finish. All right. And I'm going to get some torches. And then I'm just dousing them and grabbing another one. I like carrying torches because they do give you a little bit of bonus warmth. Which hopefully means I can travel further. If I can manage to make this run without having to sleep, that's going to be great. Alright, I'm just carrying one cooking pot. I don't really need the other. Let's do inventory here. I'm just dropping anything that's not a direct upgrade. Alright, and a little heavy. Let's sort by weight, and I'm going to get rid of some. I don't need all the water. I just made a bunch of coffee. I don't need that. I'm not going to open lockers or anything like that. I'm really going to not need this. Not going to need peanut butter. Dead torches I can drop. Right, so now we're underweight, and I'm not going to need all these. Alright. I should have did that inventory stuff while the coffees were cooking, so that they stay warm a little longer. So if you hear that music change, that means that the bear is gonna start becoming active. And he can kind of spawn in any time, generally speaking behind you, sometimes in front of you though. So yeah, I'm just gonna light the next torch off that one. Oh, well, you just clarified it. Yeah, Nuka pointed out that there are people that kind of do the opposite challenge of this. They stay in it as long as possible. It only ends when you walk into the trapper's cabin. But you can, the whole world is available to you. It's roughly Stalker level difficulty, maybe Voyager. But you have the whole survival experience with the added bonus that you have a bear chasing you all around the world. So if you go to Timberwolf Mountain, bear. Coastal Highway, bear. Why would you think that? Wanted to drink that coffee before it went cold. And also it refreshes the fatigue reduction. Briefly thinking about going to Signal Hill, but it's warm and I really don't want to get distracted. There can be more coffee there, which might overall speed this up, but there could be no coffee there, and there could be no upgrades on clothing or anything like that. So I think I'd rather take advantage of the time of the day. It's coming into the afternoon. It's going to be warm. I'm barely getting cold right now. Hey there, gamers and games. How are you? Keep the torch going. Oh, I'm sure there are explanations for all of these done much higher quality.
Feels like something is sapping my energy.
After all these, Wintermute's been out for many years. Challenges have been out many years. There's a whole library of people that have done these runs and with explanations. I'm mostly doing this right now because of the Steam sale that's happening. I want to have kind of an explanatory stream going because a lot of interested players are dropping in. They see the 90% off Steam sale, and so naturally look up the category and the game on Twitch and click in the streams to see what's going on. Mostly avoiding running here because it is warm. I could run, but it deplete the fatigue too much, and I have to make up for it by sleeping. And I'm actually trying to gain fatigue bar for the end of this because I want to actually be able to sprint it towards the end if possible. The final part is a little bit more intense, and I'm trying to get through this cave and through the dam and into Mystery Lake before it gets too cold. Jug of maple syrup. I'm just gonna grab. I'm not gonna check everywhere for coal, but I do need a couple pieces in case I need to make a fire. Flare, that's gonna be very handy. If I do need to stop and make a fire, if it's that cold, I want to be able to make a nice hot fire so it heats me up quickly, and I can get back moving. Alright, I mean, that's a good line. I like it. And I mean, technically they are going on YouTube. I keep using these torches as long as the wind's not too heavy. I'm gonna save the flares for real bad weather. I'd say this is a really good challenge to do right after Hopeless Rescue because you're essentially going the reverse course. Starting in Pleasant Valley and going to Trappers. Whereas the other one, you had to start at Trappers, go through Pleasant Valley to Timberwolf Mountain. So the bear won't be harassing us until we get through the dam and out to Mystery Lake, and then it's basically full speed. He's going to be on you the whole time. So I've got 2 coffees left. What's my weight at? I should drop 3 more kilograms if I can. But what I want to do is save these last 2 coffees for the end. So as soon as I get out of the dam and the bear appears, I'll take a drink. That'll reduce the fatigue that I lose by running. And as long as I'm above or below 15 kilograms, I'll be able to run right up until I run out of fatigue. I don't really need any food. I think I'll check the lockers as I'm going through here. That's about it. These file cabinets could have coffee, but it's you know, it's probably not worth it.
This stuff will come in handy.
Probably don't need any gear. If I see a pair of running shoes, I might grab them and switch them out. Sucks. So I can dip inside if the bear is harassing me. I can dip inside any of the structures. This isn't that outer challenge, even though I'm as much as possible. I'm trying to stay outdoors to just more or less to keep moving. You know, this is a timed thing, so I'm just trying to keep proceeding towards the finish line here.
I think I need to lay down.
Checking lockers only because they can have clothing, maybe coffee. Alright, torch is gone. 1 sec. back. Let me make sure I have tinder for a fire if I need it. I got 2. Just grab these extra, just in case. Alright. So basically, as soon as I get out this gate, the bear's going to spawn and he's going to be on me the whole rest of the way. And like I said, the goal is to get to the trapper's cabin. Sounds like he's behind me to the left. Yeah. See, that's his little sprint mechanism. It can be really dangerous if he sprints and catches up. He can kind of overshoot and catch up with you. Other than that, he'll kind of stay at the same distance until he sprints and catches up. So this is you don't want to be stopping. You don't want to cut across. You don't want him to gain on you any more than that. If you hear him start charging, turn around and fire your flare gun at him. It's your best shot. See there, he kind of overshot a little bit, got a little close.
Run for it, Marty!
Make sure you reload your flare gun. The way you want to deal with the way you want to aim the flare gun. It's not like other guns. You don't want to use the sight at the top. You want to basically cover his face with it. Like put his face right where the that middle hammer that looks like a gray circle right in the center. So put his face in that. Kind of aim a little low and let him run into it would be a good way to do it. I think I remember there being another flare here. Yep. I'll light this flare and take this one. Another little trick is if you do have a wolf following you, it's actually a good thing. The bear obeys the game rule that says you can only have one predator pursuing you at a time. So the bear actually won't show back up until that guy gives up coming after me. Also, if you shout, "Get wrecked." Sprint a bit here. Got one more coffee. I'll pop it as soon as the fatigue reduction buff goes away. So unfortunately there the dog got distracted by a rabbit, which means now the bear can come after me. There's a bunch of different paths you could take to get to trappers. This one I just got used to for this challenge especially. I mostly like it because there's a lot of little rock outcroppings that you can use to evade the bear. If you run up there, all the animals have to, they have to take kind of the long way around, so you can run up and jump off that short cliff and gain some ground. All right, I hear the bear. He's to the right, somewhere behind. I really don't know where. No, he's running. He's coming here. I'm going to try not to run while he's running. See? Make sure you reload. That's coffee. Should be able to sprint to the end here. Well, when I get my sprint meter back, at least. Okay. Kinda don't like that he's running ahead of me. But we'll see. One other thing to avoid is too many steep hills, because he can catch up with you pretty good. You're going to be slowed on the steep hill, and he's not really affected by it. So, it's kind of unavoidable. There's hills all over here, but this is a little bit more gradual. Should be... should be good. I don't think he's going to show up in time to do anything. Well, we got an unfortunate hug right at the beginning of the run. That's how it starts. Blood loss, infection risk, which I still have. I never took care of this infection risk. If you're taking longer to do this, you look for antiseptic. You use this old man's beard wound dressing. Clear that up, but it takes a while for that to infection to set in. All right, there we go. That was the best time. All right. Well, I think do I have time to do Hunted Part 2? I think I do. Right. Hunted Part 2 is a little bit different. Let me change my banner message up there. It's a little different. You've got the gun now, and you chase the bear. All right, so we'll get started on the Hunted Part 2 here. So you don't have the same gear as before. Like it's not saved. So I'm not going to spend time on the safe.
That'll come in handy.
Actually, now that I say that, I'm a little curious what might be in the safe. It might actually be worth it. Alright. Yeah, not going for a real speed record here. I'll check out the safe. There might be something in here that's particularly helpful. 2720, something like that.
Probably here.
Money and a flashlight. That's not worth it. Alright. Rifle ready. There's no extra ammo in here? Alright, let's go. So with this one, every time you shoot him, he runs to a different spot, and you need to follow him. He'll go to he'll go to a spot and then just kind of meander around it until you come and shoot him again. Don't worry about trying to keep up with him. He moves pretty fast. But, you can always follow the tracks on the blood trail. Especially when it's snowing, these tracks in blood trail can disappear more quickly than usual. Right, I saw him just through there, so I'm gonna scare off the wolf. Never mind. I'll just kill the wolf. Is there a chance with a crazy moose? That'd be great. I suppose you could kill the moose in whiteout. That'd probably be a good use for it. You get a lot of food that way.
so cold in my life.
And to be honest, getting cold in this doesn't really much matter. It's you chase them to these locations and then it's over. I don't think this is really used much for, I don't think there's really a speed running aspect to this so much. I suppose if you can find a way to, get back and forth these spots extra quickly. But I don't think there's a lot of call for it unlike the other challenges, which can somewhat can be much more interesting as from a speedrun perspective or a personal challenge. I am going to drop into the camp office after shooting him here. I'm going to mostly look for ammo. I think I might need extra shots. I think he heads off into the area under the lookout, so... Yeah, it's the same model as the Demon Bear, with the arrows and all that.
Could end up being useful.
Alright, just looking for a red box of ammo, really. Coffee doesn't really matter. I don't think it really matters with the coffee, because you'd have to stop and make water, and... I'm given a bedroll, I don't need that. There's no need for a lantern, but I'm gonna grab it anyway. I don't think there's gonna be time enough to eat. Take a book in case I start a fire. But yeah, there's really no ammo here or anything. Alright. Water bottle. If I need to warm up, that might actually make it worth it. Because with that water bottle, I could make a couple of coffees while I warm up. Alright, let's pick up his trail. This one takes place entirely in Mystery Lake. And unfortunately, this trilogy is unfinished. It's supposed to be a Hunted Part 3. It's one of those pesky features that they promised in the game long ago and still haven't delivered on. A little bit like Episode 5. It was nice to see that they actually mentioned Haunted Part 3 lately. One of their recent posts. Certainly not sounding like it's a priority or coming fast. Definitely taking damage from the cold, but the challenge doesn't last that long to worry about it, I don't think. I don't think you even really have to worry about hypothermia risk, other than the fact that your fatigue would start draining really quick. So it might be worth it to make a fire just to do that. Get rid of the hypothermia risk. For right now, I'll just keep an eye on the hypothermia risk. I'm not gonna worry about it. Make a fire when it actually looks like it might take effect. Yeah, not much to talk about on this one compared to the others. Follow the bear. I am getting close to hypothermia risk here. I do think it's nearing the end though. I think we're coming up to the last spots. So I might just let hypothermia go. I'm just kind of theorizing here, but I'm wondering if I notice like he stays bleeding for quite a while, but then every once in a while he'll stop bleeding at like one of these spots, and I'll have to shoot him again. I'm wondering if that's a timed thing. Like if I were to like stop and sleep for 12 hours, you know, would he stop bleeding in a case where normally he would keep bleeding? Like would he heal up, and would I need then more? I'd probably need to find more bullets. So as long as he's bleeding, he seems to run when he sees me. There's the hypothermia. So my fatigue bar is going to rapidly deplete here, and I'm going to be taking more damage. I think I'm at the end here. Yeah, yeah, I mean, it's obvious that it's all scripted, right? So he's not going to actually ever bleed out. You could keep shooting him for days and days and days. He will not die, because that's just not how the challenge works. It's all about pursuing him to these various locations. But I'm just wondering, like, you know, if I slept, the blood trail would disappear. It'd be covered by snow. But I'm just wondering if he would stop bleeding, if, you know, if I can do this now with 10 bullets, would it take more if I slept in between every single stop, let's say?
Something's making me feel tired.
Yeah, the bleeding seems to only have an impact on whether he runs scared like that versus me having to shoot him again. I did briefly do some kind of science testing on this to see if you could do it without using the gun. But it just didn't work out. Like the scripting of it is just such that he doesn't behave like a normal bear does in this situation. If you aggro a normal bear, and let's say like take a rock or make a fire and like go up on the terrain, let's say, or make the fire and stay behind it, at a certain point, the bear will essentially like bug out. Or not, I don't know, bug out, but he'll give up pursuing you and just run away scared. And I tried to do that with him multiple times. It just didn't work. He never left his spot. Jump scare. All right. Oh, 3 challenges. I didn't think I'd be able to get through 3 challenges today, but that works. I might do another couple challenges tomorrow night. The Steam sale's going till May 1st, so maybe keep this trend going. Stream series, I guess. And continue to pick it up tomorrow night. But thank you all for joining me. I am going to end the stream and go watch Games and Cookies stream VOD so I can watch her, how she handled the cougar. I sucks that I missed that. So that's a big event. And congratulations again, Games and Cookies, on that. Let's do it again. Oh, sure, Gray. I really appreciate you guys hanging out and being supportive and answering questions that people throw in if I don't know the answers. But yeah, I'll end it there, and we'll see who is playing in the Long Dark category and send everybody over there to continue the party. How about we welcome somebody new to the category? Looks like Marcelinoni is first time playing the Long Dark. So I don't know if there's nothing about backseating in their tags. Just says relaxing, relax, chill, relaxing, relax. Sounds like a very relaxing stream. But let's drop in and see if they are enjoying themselves and give them a welcome. Could always use more streamers in this category, right? Let me throw the shout out here. This is who we're going to, and head in there in just a few seconds. Yeah, thanks for hanging out. Thanks, Nuka, Sylvius. See ya. We'll head over there in just a sec. Bye-bye.